What if a single man could turn the tide of a nation's fate with nothing but his voice? In a land where the air crackles with the tension of a divine showdown, Elijah the prophet stands at the precipice of history, a solitary figure poised between heaven and earth, wielding the power of fire and storm. The sun dips below the jagged peaks of Mount Carmel, casting long shadows that seem to whisper secrets of ancient prophecies. Every heartbeat thrums with the urgency of a world desperate for a miracle. In Israel, a kingdom divided by faith and corruption, the specter of Baal looms large, an insatiable deity demanding the loyalty of a people torn between fear and devotion. The scent of burnt offerings hangs heavy in the air as King Ahab, a puppet to his wife Jezebel's dark ambitions, spirals deeper into the abyss of idolatry. But one man dares to challenge the status quo. As storms gather, Elijah's destiny collides with the wickedness surrounding him, igniting a conflict that will shake the heavens. What drives a prophet to stand alone against an empire? The answer pulses through the veins of the land, a relentless pursuit of truth, a longing for justice. On the brink of despair, the people of Israel have forgotten the mighty hand that led them from bondage. A haunting cry echoes in the night. Where is the God of their ancestors? Elijah feels the weight of their collective sorrow pressing against his chest, fueling a fire in his soul that cannot be extinguished. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a portent of the cataclysm to come. The air thickens with anticipation as the prophet ascends the sacred mountain, a mere mortal armed with divine authority. Will he be the catalyst for redemption, or will he become a mere pawn in a cosmic game of chess? The altar of the true God awaits, and with it, a challenge that will force the very elements to bear witness. As the sun sets, cloaking the world in twilight, the stage is set for a duel that will echo through the ages. Will fire rain down from the heavens to consume a sacrifice, or will silence reign, leaving the people to grapple with their desolation? Each flicker of flame ignites a spark of hope or despair. The skies darken, and the winds whisper warnings, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. Behind every great figure lies a story of triumph and tragedy, and Elijah's tale is no exception. Shadows of doubt linger in the corners of his mind, yet his resolve steels him against the coming storm. The fate of a nation hangs in the balance, caught in a web of loyalty, betrayal, and divine intervention. In this moment, history is not a mere record of events. It is alive, crackling with intensity, demanding to be witnessed. Will the prophet emerge victorious, or will he be consumed by the very fire he invokes? The clock ticks down, and destiny is poised to unfold. The eyes of the world are watching, and the air is electric with possibility. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Israel, where the air trembled with the whispers of ages past. The land, once united under a single crown, was now a tapestry woven with threads of division and strife. Here, in this sacred space, the weight of history pressed down like a lost promise, echoing the heartbeats of those who once walked these paths with dreams of glory. It was a time when the people of Israel stood at a crossroads, their hearts pulsing with fervor and fear. The years following King Solomon's reign were filled with uncertainty, his once glorious kingdom splintering into two, Israel in the north and Judah in the south. The ancient stories of unity and prosperity began to fade, replaced by tales of betrayal and conflict. The sacred altar of God gave way to shrines of bronze and wood, as whispers of foreign gods danced like flames, seductive and dangerous. In the northern kingdom, the citizens found themselves under the rule of Jeroboam, a man whose ambitions soared as high as the mountains that cradled their homes. He stood before the people, his voice ringing with promises of prosperity, yet shadows flickered in the depths of his heart. To secure his power, he devised a cunning plan. He feared that if his people returned to the temple in Jerusalem, their loyalty would shift back to the house of David. So, he erected golden calves in Dan and Bethel, declaring, "Behold your gods, O Israel!" The idols gleamed under the sun, dazzling the eyes of the faithful while dulling their spirits. How did it come to this? How did the heart of a chosen people become ensnared in the web of idolatry? The soil of Israel, once fertile with the teachings of their forefathers, turned barren as the cries of the prophets echoed against stone walls. They roamed the land, their voices strained with urgency, warning the people of the impending doom that loomed like a dark cloud. "Turn back!" they cried, their eyes wide with desperation. But the call fell on deaf ears. Temptation thrived, and the allure of the idols wrapped around the hearts of the people, tighter and tighter, until it choked out the last remnants of faith. Confusion swirled in the streets of Samaria, where the clamor of dissent mixed with the cadence of worship. The people gathered, eyes filled with longing, not for the God of their ancestors but for the tangible relief promised by the golden calves. They danced, their movements frantic and wild, believing that pleasure could fill the void left by their fractured faith. The sounds of tambourines and laughter echoed, drowning out the somber warnings of the prophets. It was a festival of the soul, yet it resonated with a hollow echo, a desperate attempt to mask the gnawing emptiness within. In the southern kingdom of Judah, the air was thick with tension. King Rehoboam, Solomon's son, struggled to hold his ground amidst the splintering nation. He inherited a crown but not the wisdom to wear it. When the people came to him, seeking relief from the heavy burdens of taxation, he dismissed their pleas with a wave of arrogance, declaring his father's reign as but a shadow of what he would impose. "My little finger is thicker than my father's loins," he boasted, unaware that his pride would be the very seed of destruction. In the heart of Jerusalem, the temple stood as a solitary beacon of hope, yet its sanctity was threatened by the growing tides of idolatry. The people's hearts wandered, drawn to shrines dedicated to Baal and Asherah. The sacred rituals of old were drowned in a sea of new practices, as altars to foreign gods sprouted beside the ancient stones. Rituals filled with incense and the warmth of fires ignited passions, but they also ignited wrath. The prophets' warnings grew more urgent, their words laced with sorrowful visions of what was to come, a land of desolation, where the cries of the faithful would be met with silence. The tension escalated, the air electric with impending doom. Prophets like Elijah stood defiant, confronting kings and priests with the truth that roared like thunder. He called down fire from heaven, a dramatic display of God's power that left the people gasping in awe. Yet, even such a miracle could not shift the tide of idolatry that had seeped into the very fabric of society. The worship of Yahweh was battling against the allure of the golden calves, and the stakes were high. The days turned into years, and the great kingdom of Israel began to unravel. Each act of rebellion against the one true God seeped deeper into their souls, as if the very air they breathed thickened with despair. The prophets wept, their tears mingling with the dust of the earth, their cries rising to the heavens, imploring for mercy. But the people remained stubborn, their hearts encased in stone. The visions of a glorious future faded, replaced by the ominous specter of judgment. The Assyrians loomed on the horizon, a fearsome force ready to strike. The land trembled as the people, lost in their idolatry, seemed to be sleepwalking toward their demise. Would they awaken in time to turn back? Or would the weight of their choices crush them beneath the wheels of history? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow over the land, the stage was set for a reckoning. The drums of war echoed in the distance, a haunting rhythm that promised either redemption or ruin. The hearts of the people beat erratically, caught between the relentless pull of their idols and the distant call of their God. What would it take for them to see? What would it take for their eyes to be opened to the truth that lay just beyond the shimmering allure of their golden idols? In those fragile moments, as the shadows lengthened and the darkness deepened, the fate of a nation hung precariously in the balance, a haunting reminder of what it means to be divided. A fierce wind swept across the rugged hills of Gilead, carrying with it the cries of a newborn, piercing the stillness of a world on the brink of change. In the small, humble home of a man named Abijah, a child was born, the child who would one day stand against kings and lead a nation back to its roots. This was no ordinary birth. It was the beginning of a legacy that would echo through the ages. The sun, low on the horizon, cast a golden glow through the window, illuminating the scene with a warmth that felt almost sacred. Abijah, a shepherd of modest means, held his wife Zarephath's hand tightly as she labored. Each gasp and moan reverberated through the wooden walls, mixing with the sounds of the wind and the bleating goats outside. Zarephath's face glistened with sweat, a testament to the struggle of bringing new life into the world. This birth was not just the arrival of a son, but the promise of hope in a time shadowed by idolatry and despair. As Elijah slipped into the world, his eyes bright and alert, the room seemed to hold its breath. A gentle hush fell, like the calm before a storm. Zarephath, with tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, cradled her son close to her heart. In that moment, she sensed that this child was destined for greatness. Abijah, overwhelmed with pride and love, whispered a name that would one day strike terror into the hearts of the wicked: Elijah, meaning my God is Yahweh. The days turned to weeks, and soon, the little home in Gilead became a cradle of tenderness and devotion. Elijah was a curious child, his wide eyes taking in the world around him with an eagerness that filled his parents with warmth. They watched as he crawled, then walked, exploring every nook and cranny of their modest dwelling. The whispers of the elders carried tales of ancient prophets, and as they spoke, the seeds of faith were sown gently into his young heart. As Elijah grew older, he would often wander out to the pastures where the flocks grazed. There, he would sit among the rocks, contemplating the vast sky above. The stars twinkled like diamonds, and he would gaze at them with wonder, as if they were whispering secrets of the universe. In those moments of solitude, he felt a stirring deep within, a flicker of something greater than himself. He sensed a connection to the land, to the God of his fathers, who had led the Israelites through trials and tribulations. Yet Gilead was not a place of peace. The oppressive rule of King Ahab cast a long shadow, and the worship of Baal seeped into the very fabric of society. Elijah's heart ached for his people, who had turned away from the true God. The laughter of children playing in the fields was marred by the distant sound of drums and chants, calling to false idols. He could feel the weight of their suffering, the slow erosion of faith that gnawed at his soul. One evening, as twilight descended and the air turned crisp, Elijah climbed the hill overlooking his village. The sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, but within him stirred a storm of emotions. The quiet life of a shepherd was not enough. He felt a calling that thundered in his chest. Could he, a simple boy from Gilead, rise to challenge the darkness that loomed over his people? In the days that followed, Elijah's resolve hardened like steel. He watched as his father worked tirelessly in the fields, sweat dripping from his brow, and he understood the importance of hard work and sacrifice. Abijah spoke often of the covenant made with God, of the miraculous stories of the past, the parting of the Red Sea, the walls of Jericho collapsing, the fire from heaven. These tales ignited a fire within Elijah, but they also stirred a deep sense of urgency. One fateful morning, as the dawn broke, Elijah witnessed something that would forever change his life. He had accompanied his father to the market, a bustling hub where neighbors exchanged goods and stories. The air was thick with the scent of spices and fresh bread, but underneath the clamor was an unmistakable tension. Whispers of Ahab's latest decree filled the air, and Elijah's heart raced. Suddenly, a group of priests from the temple of Baal marched through the market, their robes flowing, their faces painted with arrogance. Elijah's blood boiled. They called for the people to abandon their heritage, to kneel before a God that was nothing more than wood and stone. He watched as men and women, once faithful to Yahweh, bowed their heads in fear. The sight of their betrayal pierced him to the core, igniting a fierce determination within. He felt the call of God stronger than ever, a beckoning that seemed to echo through the very air around him. That night, as he lay beneath the stars, the world seemed to hold its breath once again. Elijah knew the time had come for him to act, to step into the role he was born for. The winds whispered promises of a great mission ahead, and he felt the weight of destiny pressing upon his shoulders. As the moon cast its silver light over the land, he closed his eyes, allowing the visions of his purpose to fill his mind. Days turned into weeks, and the fire of his mission only grew. With each passing moment, He felt the urgency pressing down upon him like a storm cloud ready to burst. Elijah was no longer just a child. He was becoming a man forged in the crucible of faith and conviction. The echoes of his ancestors called to him, urging him forward, and he could no longer ignore the path laid out before him. A deep sense of longing filled his heart as he envisioned the people of Israel returning to their true God, the God who had led them from slavery and had promised them a land of milk and honey. The burden of their lost faith weighed heavily on him. Each lost soul was a piece of his own heart shattered, and he knew that he could not remain silent. The winds howled like a pack of wolves as Elijah stood atop the hill once more, the moon illuminating his face like a beacon. He clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of the land beneath his feet, and he was ready to answer the call. This was not just about him. It was about a nation yearning for salvation. With that thought, the air crackled with energy, and he took a deep breath, ready to take the first step into the unknown, into the chaos that awaited him. And as the dawn began to break, casting rays of gold across the sky, the world remained unaware of the storm that was about to erupt. A storm carried by a simple shepherd boy with a heart ablaze for his people and a destiny that was just beginning to unfold. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow over the rugged terrain of Gilead. A solitary figure stood among the rocks, his shadow long and lean against the parched ground. Elijah the Tishbite was just a man, yet his heart carried the weight of a nation. The winds whispered secrets of rebellion, of a kingdom divided between the worship of Yahweh and the seductive pull of Baal. The air was thick with tension, as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for a spark that would ignite the fury of heaven. As Elijah gazed upon the distant mountains, he felt a stirring deep within his soul, an undeniable calling that resonated with the very core of his being. It was more than a thought. It was a fire, a consuming passion that urged him forward. "You are to be my voice," a quiet but firm whisper echoed in his mind, the promise of an unseen force compelling him toward a destiny that loomed just beyond the horizon. The land was in turmoil. Ahab, the king, had led the people astray, marrying Jezebel, a woman whose very name dripped with fear. Together, they had built altars to Baal, drawing the hearts of the Israelites away from their Creator. It was a dark time, when the air was thick with the smoke of sacrifices and the cries of the faithful fell silent, drowned out by the clamor of false gods. Yet, in this moment of despair, a flicker of hope ignited within Elijah. He would not stand idly by while the heart of his people was snatched away. With each step Elijah took, the weight of his mission pressed heavier on his shoulders. He walked the worn paths of his ancestors, the soil beneath his feet rich with the stories of heroes past. Each footprint told tales of courage and conviction, of men who had faced giants, parted seas, and called down fire from heaven. He could feel their presence urging him on, their spirits intertwining with his own in a timeless dance of destiny. As he approached the city of Samaria, the walls rose high against the sky, a fortress of pride and rebellion. The streets were alive with the hustle of everyday life. Children played games, merchants shouted their wares, and families gathered around tables, unaware of the storm brewing just outside their doors. Yet, among the noise and laughter, a stillness gripped Elijah's heart. These were his people, lost and blind, caught in a web of deceit that stretched back through generations. Elijah paused, struggling with the enormity of what lay ahead. A prophet was not merely a messenger. He was the embodiment of the divine voice, a channel for God's will. The weight of such a task was enough to crush a lesser man. What if they do not listen? What if they turn against me? Doubt gnawed at him, a relentless creature lurking in the shadows of his mind. But even louder than the doubt was a soft, steady assurance, a promise that echoed through the ages. "I will be with you." And then it happened. As he stepped into the heart of the city, the air crackled with energy, a surge of power that coursed through him like lightning. The people paused, their laughter faltering. A hush fell over the bustling market. It was as if the very heavens had opened, and the eyes of the nation fell upon the lone figure before them. He was just a man, yet in that moment, he felt as though he were standing on the precipice of eternity. the fate of his people balanced on the edge of a knife. "People of Israel," Elijah's voice rang out, clear and commanding, slicing through the silence like a sword. "How long will you waver between two opinions? If Yahweh is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, then follow him." His words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the hearts of those who heard. Some stared in disbelief, others with anger, and a few with a flicker of hope rekindled. Elijah could feel the currents of emotion swirling around him, a tempest of fear, conviction, and the longing for truth. The challenge hung in the air, palpable and electric. Elijah knew that to stand as a prophet meant to stand against the tide, to face the wrath of a king and the fury of a queen. A dangerous game was afoot, yet he felt a clarity in the chaos. He had been chosen, and in that choice lay his strength. As he stood there, face to face with the very forces that threatened his people's faith, he sensed the presence of something greater than himself, a divine purpose that fueled his resolve. The murmurs began, the unease spreading among the crowd like wildfire. Some whispered in fear, while others exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Would they dare to follow him? Would they dare to step away from the comfortable embrace of their idols? Elijah's heart raced, each beat echoing the drum of destiny, summoning him to stand firm in the face of adversity. Then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, a voice emerged from the throng. A woman, fierce and defiant, stepped forward. "You think you can turn us back?" she challenged, her eyes flashing with spirit. "You think your words can change our hearts?" Elijah met her gaze, a spark igniting between them. He saw in her the struggle of a people torn between faith and fear, and in that moment, he understood the depth of his mission. "Watch and see," he replied, a quiet confidence weaving through his voice. "The God who answers by fire, he is God." The challenge had been issued, and the stakes could not be higher. It was a declaration, a promise, a prophetic commission that would set into motion a collision of divine and earthly power. The crowd shifted, their hearts caught between curiosity and fear. The air thickened with anticipation, and the weight of history pressed down upon them all. In this moment, Elijah stood not just as a prophet, but as a beacon of hope, a solitary figure ready to confront the darkness that threatened to swallow his people whole. The stage was set. The drama of faith and rebellion danced on the edge of their souls, and the fate of a nation hung in the balance. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching across the ground, and as the fiery sky mirrored the tumult in Elijah's heart, he knew that the time for action was upon him. He was not just a man of flesh and blood. He was the voice of the Almighty, called to light a spark in the hearts of the lost. The winds began to shift, carrying with them the promise of rain, the scent of revival mingling with the scent of struggle. The path ahead was fraught with peril, yet Elijah felt an unyielding strength rise within him, a calling that could not be ignored. As the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, Elijah took a deep breath, ready to confront whatever would come next. The fire of heaven awaited, and he was determined to call it down. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow over Mount Carmel, its light bleeding into the valley below like spilled gold. The air was thick with tension, charged with the weight of anticipation and fear. Rumors had spread like wildfire. Elijah, the prophet of Yahweh, had returned, and he was coming for King Ahab. Ahab, clad in his royal robes, sat upon his throne, a figure of arrogance and pride. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where dark storm clouds gathered ominously, as if nature herself held her breath. The people of Israel had fallen into a deep slumber of idolatry, worshipping Baal, the god of storms, rather than the God who had led them from Egypt. Ahab's queen, Jezebel, a woman of fierce ambition, had filled his court with the worship of false gods, silencing any voice that dared to challenge her. As Elijah approached, the whispers of the crowd grew louder. Some turned their heads, eyes wide with disbelief. Others felt a shiver run down their spines, caught between fear and hope. The prophet appeared like a figure from ancient legends, weathered but unyielding, with eyes that burned with a passion that could ignite the very heavens. "Gather all Israel to me on Mount Carmel," Elijah commanded, his voice echoing with authority. The people, hesitant at first, felt an irresistible pull to follow. They knew the stakes were high, but they couldn't shake the feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. Ahab, flustered and nervous, sent his messengers to summon the prophets of Baal. 450 men, clothed in fine garments, arrived with a haughty swagger, their presence like a dark shadow looming over the gathering. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the ground, reflecting the brewing storm of conflict. "Choose this day whom you will serve," Elijah's voice rang out, cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. "If Yahweh is God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him." The challenge hung in the air, heavy with gravity. Cheers erupted from the crowd, some for Elijah, some for the prophets of Baal, but uncertainty twisted their hearts. The prophets, with their ornate altars and lavish sacrifices, stepped forward, confident in their might. Their laughter echoed against the mountains, a sound that felt like knives cutting through the air. "Let us prepare 2 bulls," Elijah proposed, his eyes sharp with determination. "We will call upon our gods and see who answers by fire." The prophets of Baal nodded eagerly, their faces filled with smug satisfaction. They prepared their altar, placing the bull upon it, dousing it with water until pools formed around the base. "Baal, answer us!" they cried, their voices rising in fervor. They danced and shouted, their chants rising to the heavens. Yet the silence was deafening. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, casting a harsh glare over the scene. Elijah watched, a calm fury brewing within him. The prophets of Baal sliced their skin, blood mingling with the water, as they continued their frantic pleas. "Baal, answer us!" they begged, desperation creeping into their voices. But there was no response. The silence was heavy, a blanket that smothered their cries. Elijah leaned against the cool stones of his altar, a knowing smile forming on his lips. "Cry louder," he taunted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Perhaps he is deep in thought or busy. Laughter rippled through the crowd, the tension shifting to a mixture of disbelief and derision. As the sun began its descent, casting hues of orange and purple across the sky, Elijah stepped forward, drawing the attention back to himself. He repaired the altar of Yahweh that had been torn down, stacking its stones with care, a symbol of the faith that had been abandoned. With reverence, he placed the bull upon the altar and drenched it with water. 4 jars, then another 4, until the trench around the altar overflowed. "Yahweh, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," Elijah prayed, his voice steady, echoing against the mountains. "Let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant." He raised his hands, palms open, inviting the heavens to witness this moment. The sky darkened, the air crackling with energy. Suddenly, a flash of fire descended from above, consuming the offering, the wood, the stones, and even the water in the trench. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with shock and awe. The fire licked at the sky, a divine signal that silenced the whispers of doubt. Elijah turned, facing the prophets of Baal, their faces drained of color, their arrogance shattered. "Seize the prophets of Baal," he commanded, his voice strong and unwavering. The people of Israel, now filled with a sense of righteous fury, complied. They took the false prophets to the brook Kishon, where justice would be served. As the sun set over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of crimson, Elijah stood alone, the weight of the day pressing down on him. He had confronted the king, the prophets, and the very fabric of a nation swayed by falsehoods. But deeper within him lay a flicker of doubt, a whisper of fear. Had this confrontation truly turned the hearts of the people back to Yahweh, or would they once again fall into the seductive lull of Baal? The winds began to stir, swirling around him, carrying with them the scent of rain, the promise of change. But as the night closed in, the battle was far from over. Ahab, humiliated, returned to Jezebel, his heart burning with anger and vengeance. The shadows of the evening deepened, cloaking Elijah in uncertainty, as the storm of conflict brewed on the horizon. The evening had seen a fierce confrontation, but the true test of faith was yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, its fiery glare casting long shadows across the parched land of Israel. Each crack in the earth gaped wide like an open mouth, thirsting for rain that would not come. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, as if the very heavens held their breath, waiting for something to break through the tension. In this desolate setting, a lone figure stood resolute, a prophet named Elijah, his heart pounding with the weight of divine purpose. Elijah's eyes, ablaze with a fierce determination, scanned the horizon. Wind tousled his hair, and the fabric of his cloak fluttered like a banner of impending change. The people of Israel had strayed far from their roots, chasing after false gods, sacrificing their faith to the whims of idolatry. Baal, the storm god, reigned supreme in their hearts, whispering empty promises of abundance and fertility. But in the silence of the drought, Elijah felt the stirring of something greater, a call from the God of Israel, a promise yet unfulfilled. As he stepped forward, each footfall seemed to echo through the barren landscape, resonating with the memory of lush fields and flowing rivers, now nothing but a ghost of what once was. His throat was dry, and the taste of dust lingered on his tongue, but he pressed on. Behind him, the townsfolk watched with wary eyes, skepticism etched on their faces. They had heard the whispers of a prophet before, but this man was different. There was an intensity about him that sparked curiosity and fear alike. "Listen," he shouted, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. "There will be no rain or dew in the coming years, except at my word." The proclamation hung in the air, a chilling promise that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and a few stepped back, as if the very ground beneath them might open up and swallow them whole. Elijah's declaration was not just a curse. It was a wake-up call, a divine challenge to the hearts of the people. The truth was that their choices had consequences, and this drought was not a mere happenstance of nature, but a clear message from the Almighty. The skies darkened, and a storm brewed in the depths of his spirit. He could feel it, the tension building, the anger of the heavens rising against the betrayal of the people. A woman in the crowd, weary from years of hardship, felt the weight of Elijah's words settle heavily on her shoulders. Her children, hungry and tired, clung to her skirt, their eyes wide with confusion. She had prayed for rain, for relief, but now it seemed the heavens were only growing darker. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice cracking, barely audible above the murmurs of those around her. The prophet's gaze softened for a moment, sensing the desperation in her heart. He could see the struggle etched on the faces of the people. Fear, anger, loss, all swirling together like the dust devils that danced across the plain. And yet, hidden beneath that pain, there was a flicker of hope, a spark of faith clinging to life like a small flame in a vast darkness. The sun dipped lower, casting a warm orange glow over the land, but Elijah stood resolute. He wasn't swayed by the doubt that lingered in the hearts of the people. Instead, he felt invigorated, a surge of energy coursing through his veins as he spoke again, his voice rising with courage. "Turn back to the God who created you. He is faithful even in this drought. Repent, and he will hear your cries." The moment was electric, charged with a tension that felt as if the world held its breath. Would they listen? Would they turn from their ways and seek the God who could bring life even in the barren wasteland? The crowd shifted, some eyes lighting with understanding, others narrowing in skepticism. In the midst of them, a young boy raised his hand, trembling. "Can he really save us?" he asked, innocent and bright against the stark backdrop of despair. Elijah's heart swelled with compassion for the boy, for he represented the future, a generation still untainted by the shackles of idol worship. "Yes, my child," he declared, voice rising like a trumpet call. "He can and he will, if we return to him with all our hearts." A murmur of agreement swept through a few, while others shook their heads, bound by their stubbornness and pride. They had grown comfortable in their idolatry, and the deep-rooted beliefs that once held their ancestors firm now felt like chains dragging them under. Yet Elijah knew the power of a heart turned toward God, the miraculous strength that could rise from the ashes of despair. As the shadows of night began to creep in, Elijah turned his back to the crowd, walking away with a firm stride. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the burden of prophecy pressing down like a heavy cloak. The choice had been laid bare, and now it lay in the hands of the people. The sound of their voices faded behind him, but the tension in the air remained, thick with uncertainty. Each step Elijah took felt like a step toward destiny, the call of God pulling him further into the unknown. He could sense the coming storm, not just in the skies, but in the hearts of the people. The seeds of transformation were planted, and now it was up to the Almighty to water them. He walked on, knowing deep within him that this drought was the beginning, a prophetic act that would shake the very foundations of the land and the faith of its people. As night enveloped the world, stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse of the heavens, but beneath them, the earth lay still, the promise of rain still far away. Yet Elijah felt the stirring of hope in his heart, a flicker of belief that one day, the skies would open and pour forth blessings anew. The echoes of his declaration lingered in the air, a haunting refrain that would not easily fade, leaving the people of Israel to ponder their choices and the path before them, poised on the precipice of change. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow across the rugged landscape of ancient Israel. A breeze whispered through the trees, and the sound of rushing water danced in the air. Here, at the brook Cherith, the world was silent but for the rustle of leaves and the gentle trickle of water over smooth stones. It was a place of solitude, yet it pulsed with the raw energy of survival, a stage set for an extraordinary tale. Elijah stood by the brook, his heart heavy with the weight of impending doom. He had just delivered a message that would send shockwaves through the land, a warning of drought and famine, a proclamation that enraged King Ahab and sent tremors of fear into the hearts of the people. The prophet had just become a fugitive. With the sun setting behind him, Elijah could feel the shadows of danger creeping closer. The world outside this tranquil oasis was a storm of treachery and uncertainty. Yet here, at the brook Cherith, he was safe, at least for now. The water, cool and refreshing, held the promise of sustenance. But even in this moment of calm, a sense of foreboding lingered. What would tomorrow bring? The raven's call echoed across the valley, a sound both ominous and strangely beautiful. Would they come? Would they provide what he needed? In the silence that followed, hope and fear intertwined, each vying for dominance in his heart. Each day, as the sun rose and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, the lessons of survival became more vivid. The brook was not just a source of water, it was a life-giving force. Elijah knelt by its edge, cupping his hands to drink, feeling the coolness wash over him, a stark contrast to the heat of the impending drought. It was a temporary refuge, a brief escape from the turmoil that loomed beyond the trees. Then came the ravens. They appeared like dark shadows against the brightening sky, their wings slicing through the air with an eerie grace. Elijah watched, mesmerized, as they swooped down, clutching pieces of bread and meat in their beaks. The sight was so surreal, so otherworldly, that he could hardly believe his eyes. Ravens, unclean birds, creatures often associated with death and decay, were now his deliverers. In that moment, a swell of gratitude surged within him, mingled with disbelief. How could something so unholy provide sustenance? Day after day, the ravens returned, their dark forms a reminder of the extraordinary in the ordinary. Each morsel they dropped was a lifeline, a testament to the strange, intertwining paths of fate and faith. Elijah learned to trust in the rhythm of the brook and the timing of the birds. Each meal was both a physical nourishment and a spiritual awakening, a constant reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could take flight on wings he never expected. But as the days turned into weeks, the solitude that had once seemed comforting began to wear on him. The silence of Cherith became a haunting echo of his isolation. The laughter of families, the chatter of townsfolk, the bustling life of the villages. All had vanished, replaced by the whispering wind and the gurgling brook. Elijah would sit for hours, contemplating his purpose, wrestling with the enormity of his mission. Was he truly doing what God had called him to do? Or was this merely a delay in the inevitable? His thoughts would often drift to the people of Israel, those who would suffer in the famine foretold. In the stillness, he could almost hear their cries, feel their desperation. The weight of their suffering pressed down on him like a heavy cloak. He was chosen to be a prophet, yet here he sat, hidden away, insulated from the very pain he was meant to confront. Then one day, as Elijah sat by the brook, the ravens arrived late. The sun reached its peak, casting a harsh glare over the water, and the air felt thick with tension. His stomach rumbled, a stark reminder that he was growing weak. Panic began to creep into his thoughts. What if they didn't come today? What if the skies above him were empty, just like his own heart? As the hours stretched on, the silence deepened, wrapping around him like a shroud. He looked up, desperation clawing at his chest. The sun began to set, painting the sky with fiery colors, but all he could see was darkness closing in. Just when despair threatened to swallow him whole, a flutter of movement caught his eye. The ravens soared in from the horizon, their silhouettes stark against the colorful sky. With a rush of relief, he watched as they landed, dropping fresh provisions, enough to fill his hands and his heart. How could they still come? How could they still provide? In that moment, the brook became not only a source of physical sustenance but a symbol of divine provision. He laughed, a sound that felt strange after days of silence, and tears of gratitude spilled down his cheeks. But even as joy filled his heart, a deeper truth loomed. The brook could not last forever. As the days wore on, the water level began to drop, and the once bustling stream turned into a trickle. Elijah could feel the change like a chilling wind. The ravens still came, but the bounty was less each time. The vibrant life that once surrounded him was slowly fading. The brook murmured softly, but its song was a lament now, a warning that this sanctuary would soon be no more. The prophet's heart raced with uncertainty. What lay ahead? Would he be ready for the call that surely awaited him? As the shadows lengthened and the last light of day slipped behind the hills, a sense of urgency pulsed through him. Something was coming. The ravens, the brook, every element of his experience was drawing him closer to the divine purpose he had yet to fully understand. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. It echoed in his mind, a whisper that felt both familiar and foreign. "Arise," it said, "and go." The command surged through him, igniting a fire that fought against the encroaching darkness. The brook was drying, but the call was clear. Elijah was not meant to linger here forever. The ravens may have been his sustenance, but they were not his destination. With his heart pounding, he stood to face the horizon, ready to step into the unknown that awaited him beyond Cherith. The ravens circled above, a sign that his time here was coming to an end, but the lessons he had learned, the trust, the reliance on divinity, would carry him forward. As he took a deep breath, the weight of his next steps loomed large, yet there was a flicker of excitement in the air. The brook would soon run dry, but the journey ahead called to him like the sweet song of the ravens, and the weight of the world beyond the trees urged him on. The past faded like a dream, but the future shimmered with endless possibilities. He was ready to rise. In the dusty town of Zarephath, where the sun hung low and the air was thick with the scent of desperation, a woman stood at the edge of her small home, her heart heavy with despair. The weight of the world pressed down on her shoulders, each day a reminder that hope was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The drought had come, fierce and unyielding, leaving behind a parched earth and an aching hunger that clawed at her insides. She was a widow, alone in a time when companionship was a balm against the wounds of life. Her husband had been the strength of their household, but since his passing, she was left with only a son, a boy with wide eyes that mirrored her own fear and uncertainty. The two of them had scraped by for weeks, their meals shrinking to mere memories, their laughter fading into hollow echoes. The last remnants of their food lay before her, a handful of flour and a few drops of oil, enough for one final meal. As she measured the flour in her trembling hands, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange hue that painted the world in shades of both beauty and sorrow. She could almost hear the mockery of fate whispering in the wind, reminding her that hope was but a distant dream. With a sigh that felt like a prayer, she turned to her son, whose face was a canvas of innocence, unaware of the harsh realities that had come crashing down upon them. "Mother, are we going to eat soon?" he asked, his voice laced with hunger, yet filled with trust. That innocent question twisted a knife in her heart. "Yes, my love," she replied, her voice a fragile whisper. "Just one more meal." And then, she couldn't finish her thought. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken finality. Her resolve, thin as the last thread of their hope, began to fray. She knew what was coming. They would place their hands together for a final prayer, sharing the last of their meager provisions before the darkness closed in around them. But just as despair gripped her heart like a vice, an unexpected presence broke through the stillness of her sorrow. A man approached, a stranger adorned in a weathered cloak that flapped against his frame like a flag of resilience. It was Elijah, a prophet of the Lord, sent to her in a time of need. His journey had led him to this desolate place, where no rain fell and no crops grew, where the people had been stripped of their hope. He stood before her, his eyes gleaming with an urgency that sparked a flicker of interest within her weary soul. "Please," he said, his voice firm yet gentle, "bring me a little water in a jar so that I may drink." The request felt impossibly simple against the backdrop of her grim reality. Yet she turned to fulfill it, hoping to quench his thirst even as her own well ran dry. As she hurried to fetch the water, Elijah called after her, "And bring me a piece of bread." The request caught in her throat like a stone. She turned to him, disbelief etched across her features. "As surely as the Lord your God lives, I don't have any bread," she replied, her voice shaking. "I only have a handful of flour in a jar and a little olive oil in a jug. I'm gathering a few sticks to take home and make a meal for myself and my son, so we may eat it and then die." His heart ached for her, the weight of her words pressing down on him like a leaden shroud. He saw not just a widow, but a mother, fighting against the cruel tide of fate. "Don't be afraid," he said, stepping closer, his voice wrapping around her like a warm embrace. "Go home and do as you have said. But first, make a small loaf of bread for me from what you have and bring it to me. Then make something for yourself and your son." The air thickened with tension, heavy with doubt and disbelief. "You don't understand," she replied, desperation creeping into her voice. "I have only enough for one last meal." But even as she spoke, something within her stirred, a longing for hope, a flicker of faith igniting against the darkness. Elijah's eyes held hers, fierce and steady. "For this is what the Lord says, the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the land." His words struck her like lightning, a divine promise that ignited a flicker of belief in the depths of her soul. Though fear still trembled within her, she felt a pulse of courage surge through her veins. Maybe, just maybe, she could trust this man, this prophet who carried the weight of God's promise like a torch in the shadows. So she turned back to her home, her heart a battlefield of uncertainty and fragile hope. She worked quickly, the sounds of the kitchen mingling with her prayers, each movement infused with a mix of fear and faith. As she kneaded the dough, she felt as if she were crafting something more than bread. She was shaping hope. The warmth of the oven began to fill the small space, and when the bread emerged, golden and inviting, it seemed to shimmer with promise. Elijah took the first slice, and as he ate, something miraculous happened. The jar of flour remained full, the jug of oil heavy in her hands, defying all reason and expectation. Each day that followed was a testament to the impossible, their meals stretching out like a tapestry of grace woven by unseen hands. She fed her son, her heart swelling with joy, the shadows of despair lifting, if only for a moment. But within that joy, a question lingered. How long would this blessing last? Would her faith withstand the test of time, or would the darkness return, bitter and relentless, to reclaim what little light she had found? For every miracle leaves traces of uncertainty, and every moment of hope is shadowed by the fear of loss. Yet, as the sun rose and fell day after day, she held onto the promise of Elijah's words. Hope flickered in her heart, a flame that refused to be snuffed out. In the midst of her trials, she found strength, and the bond between mother and son grew deeper, fueled by the daily miracles unfolding in their small kitchen. The world outside might have been barren and cruel, but within her home, the air was thick with possibility. And so, as the days turned into weeks, Zarephath became a tapestry of miracles interwoven with uncertainty, each thread vibrant with life. The widow, once lost in despair, now danced with hope, her spirit soaring like a bird released from a cage. Little did she know, the true test of her faith was yet to come, and the winds of change were already whispering on the horizon, carrying with them a promise of greater trials and unexpected revelations. The sun hung low in the sky, painting Mount Carmel in hues of orange and gold, a breathtaking backdrop for the impending clash of faith and fury. A crowd gathered, their faces a mix of curiosity and dread, as whispers of an epic showdown spread like wildfire through the arid air. It was a day that would be etched into the annals of history, a confrontation that would test belief, loyalty, and the very fabric of worship in a land torn by strife. At the forefront stood Elijah, a prophet marked by the weight of his calling. His robes billowed in the wind, a striking figure against the rugged terrain. Each step he took toward the altar felt heavy, laden with the stakes of the moment. The worshippers of Baal, their numbers larger and voices louder, looked on with sneers, confident in their own power. They had their gods, carved from stone, proud yet silent. But Elijah was armed with something far more potent, faith that burned brighter than the sun. A challenge echoed from his lips, reverberating through the valley. "How long will you waver between two opinions?" he demanded, eyes fierce, voice unwavering. It was the catalyst needed to spark a fire within the hearts of those who had been torn between the two paths. The people shuffled, uncertainty flickering like candle flames in the wind. They were caught between the glimmer of Baal's promises and the stark truth Elijah proclaimed. The prophets of Baal, numbering in the hundreds, erupted in cheers, their confidence bolstered by sheer numbers. They prepared their altar, a wooden structure adorned with a bull, calling on their God with fervor, chanting his name as if volume alone could summon divine response. The air thickened with anticipation, tension coiling tighter with each passing moment. Elijah merely watched, a stillness about him that contrasted sharply with the swirling chaos. Hours passed, and the sun began its slow descent. The prophets of Baal danced and shouted, their voices hoarse, desperation creeping into their chants. They cut themselves in their rituals, seeking to draw the attention of a god who remained stubbornly silent. Blood mingled with dust, a vivid reminder of their devotion. Yet the heavens remained unyielding. Their cries echoed but fell flat against the indifference of the skies. Elijah, his patience a quiet storm, finally stepped forward. With calm authority, he repaired the altar of the Lord, the stones worn but steadfast. He invited the people closer, their faces reflecting confusion and hope. As he stacked the stones, he spoke of the God of their ancestors, of Abraham and Isaac, of a promise that had not yet faded. Each stone was a reminder of a covenant, a history that transcended the moment. The altar complete, Elijah commanded the people to bring water, an odd request considering the drought that had plagued the land. But they obeyed, fetching buckets and jars, pouring the precious liquid over the altar until it soaked the wood, pooling around the base. The sight was shocking. Who would waste water when parched throats begged for relief? Yet there it was, the symbol of faith, hope, and desperation all mingled into one. With the altar drenched, Elijah stepped back, his heart steady, eyes fixed on the sky. He raised his hands and prayed, a simple yet profound appeal. "O Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel." The words resonated, echoing through the valley, a plea that transcended time and space. The audience held its breath, anticipation thickening the air. Then came the moment, a spark igniting the heavens. A sudden flash of light blazed down like a meteor, a beam of divine fire that struck the drenched altar with a force that sent flames spiraling upward, consuming the sacrifice in an instant. The crowd gasped, disbelief mingling with awe. The fire blazed higher, licking the blue sky, illuminating the faces of the onlookers in a warm glow. The smell of charred wood and burnt flesh filled the air, and Elijah stood unmoved, a serene figure amidst the chaos. As the flames danced, the prophets of Baal fell silent, their bravado extinguished in an instant. They looked on, wide-eyed and pale, as the power of the true God became undeniable. The people began to tremble, fear washing over them like a cold wave. They recognized the truth in that fiery moment. There was no contest. The Lord was indeed God. The ground beneath their feet felt alive, resonating with the energy of faith and revelation. Some fell to their knees, tears streaming down their cheeks, as they cried out, "The Lord, He is God!" The sound reverberated through the valley, a chorus of liberation and awakening. In that moment, the weight of doubt lifted, replaced by a fervent belief that ignited the souls of the people. But Elijah was not done. The fire raged on, a testament not just to the power of God, but to the judgments that would follow. "Seize the prophets of Baal," he commanded, his voice booming like thunder. The crowd surged forward, a wave of righteousness guiding their movements as they captured the false prophets, dragging them from the mountain with a mix of triumph and urgency. The air crackled with electricity, the atmosphere charged as the last remnants of doubt scattered into the wind. Elijah stood at the center, the altar still smoldering, the fire a symbol of divine authority. The passion that had burned in his heart now radiated through the crowd, igniting something deep within each person. The lines had been drawn. The choice was clear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky exploded in colors, crimson and gold, a breathtaking canvas that mirrored the tumult of emotions below. The echoes of the past lingered, but so did the promises of what was to come. Elijah's heart raced with the fervor of a new beginning, the exhilarating power of faith rejuvenating the people around him. In that charged atmosphere, the stage was set for the next act, the promise of change lingering in the air as the crowd erupted with renewed zeal. The battle may have been won, but the fight for their hearts was just beginning, the call to stand firm in faith resounding louder than ever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over Mount Carmel as the echoes of divine fire still flickered in the minds of the people. The fresh scent of scorched earth lingered in the air, mixing with the heavy weight of fear and uncertainty. Elijah stood among the throng, his heart racing, pulse quickening with the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. The dramatic confrontation between the true God and the prophets of Baal had left a mark not just on the altar, but on the very fabric of the nation itself. Whispers filled the crowd, a buzzing hum of disbelief and awe. The prophets of Baal, once powerful men cloaked in the arrogance of falsehood, now lay vanquished, their lifeless forms scattered like autumn leaves on the barren ground. The sharp contrast of their dark robes against the sunlit earth sent a chill down the spine of every observer. Each person grappled with the same haunting thought: what would happen next? The finality of the moment hung thick like smoke, a prelude to a reckoning that none could ignore. Elijah's eyes swept over the fallen prophets. Their once proud faces now stared blankly at the heavens, as if begging for mercy that would never come. It was a scene drenched in blood, a stark reminder of the cost of idolatry. The very air seemed to vibrate with tension, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Shadows danced across the ground, as the sun dipped lower, foreshadowing a darkness that echoed the fate of those who had led the people astray. Among the crowd, a woman clutched her child's hand tightly, her knuckles white with anxiety. She had once followed the vibrant festivals of Baal, lured by promises of prosperity and rain. Now her heart clenched with confusion. Was this the price of loyalty to a god that had turned out to be nothing but an illusion? Her faith shaken, She dared to glance at Elijah, the lone figure standing tall against the backdrop of ruin, a beacon of something real, something tangible. But even he was a paradox. He too had swept through the valleys of doubt and despair. The Israelites had gathered, their hearts pounding in unison, fear and hope intermingling like the wind rustling through the trees. With every heartbeat, they felt the gravitational pull of destiny. Elijah turned to the crowd, his voice steady yet filled with an urgency that resonated deep within their souls. The God who answers by fire, he is God. His words pierced through the silence, igniting a flame of belief in the hearts of those who had lost their way. But the aftermath was not merely a moment of triumph. It was a precursor to the storm that would follow. As the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, casting shadows long and foreboding, the people began to murmur amongst themselves. Would this new allegiance to Elijah and his God withstand the trials that lay ahead? The prophets of Baal may have been defeated, but their influence lingered like a ghost, haunting the minds of the people who had once rallied around them. Elijah felt the weight of their gazes, their hopes and fears resting heavily upon his shoulders. He could sense a flicker of doubt in the air, a creeping unease that threatened to extinguish the fire of faith he had sparked. The prophets were gone, but the remnants of their teachings still clung tightly to the hearts of the people. He knew that more than just the physical presence of the false prophets had to be wiped away. Their beliefs had to be eradicated from the land. As night fell, cloaked in an inky darkness, Elijah's heart raced with the knowledge of what he must do next. With a stride full of purpose, he motioned to those around him, the crowd now a restless sea of faces. "Take the prophets of Baal," he commanded, his voice slicing through the murmur of uncertainty. The words hung in the air, a heavy promise and a looming threat. A ripple of shock coursed through the crowd, some recoiling in disbelief. "What do you mean?" one voice quivered, but Elijah's gaze was unwavering. The truth burned brightly within him. There could be no compromise, no coexistence with the darkness that had led them astray. The people's hesitance melted away in the heat of his conviction, their fear slowly morphing into resolve. One by one, a group of men stepped forward, their faces grim but determined. They understood the path they were about to tread. It was lined with blood and sacrifice, a grim necessity in the pursuit of true faith. The crowd parted, forming a pathway to the grim fate that awaited the prophets. Each step echoed like a drumbeat, a march toward destiny, as the weight of history pressed down on their shoulders. Those who had once worshipped these prophets now found themselves emboldened by the thrill of righteousness. The fire within them flared. They felt powerful, united in a cause greater than themselves. Elijah led the charge, his heart a tempest of emotions. Anger, resolve, and a flicker of sadness for the lives lost to falsehood. He had brought fire from heaven, but what would it take to cleanse the land of its sin? As they approached the edge of the valley, the air crackled with tension, the stars beginning to peek through the dark veil of night. Each heartbeat quickened the pulse of anticipation. There, on the precipice of judgment, the prophets of Baal lay in their stillness, unaware of the reckoning that awaited them. Elijah drew a breath, steeling himself for the moment that would reshape the very foundation of their faith. His voice rang out, clear and commanding, cutting through the night. "Let justice be done. For every lie, every tear shed in the name of Baal, let there be an answer." The crowd's response was a surge of energy, a tidal wave of collective emotion that surged through every heart. They were ready for the reckoning, ready for the cleansing of their land. But as they approached the fateful moment, a lingering question hung heavy in the air, like the scent of rain before a storm. Would this act of judgment bring true transformation, or would it merely be the prelude to more darkness? The prophets stood, pillars of falsehood, poised at the brink of annihilation, their fate intertwined with the future of an entire nation. The night seemed to stretch on, each second pregnant with anticipation, as they prepared for the final act of a drama that would echo through the ages. The air crackled with a tension so thick it could be cut with a blade. A shadow loomed over the sun-drenched valley of Jezreel, a darkness that swallowed light and hope. Her name was whispered through gritted teeth and fearful glances. Jezebel. The queen's presence sent chills down the spines of even the bravest men, as if the very ground trembled beneath her feet. No one dared to cross her, for crossing Jezebel meant inviting ruin. In the quiet corners of the kingdom, the stories of her wrath were legends. It was said that she could conjure storms with a mere flick of her wrist, that her eyes burned like embers, ready to sear anyone who defied her. The prophets of Yahweh trembled at the thought of her, retreating to the shadows of caves and mountains, hiding from her reach. Even the mighty King Ahab, her own husband, found himself entangled in her web of manipulation, caught in a whirlwind of fear and desire. As dusk descended, the landscape transformed. Shadows elongated, and the night was filled with an unsettling quiet. In the distance, a faint wail echoed, a reminder of those who had dared to challenge Jezebel. The wind carried it, chilling the bones of anyone who listened closely. The people of Israel, once proud and defiant, now lived in the grip of dread, knowing that judgment could come at any moment. Elijah, the prophet, stood upon Mount Carmel, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. He was a man of God, called to challenge the prophets of Baal. Yet he too felt the shiver of terror when the name Jezebel was uttered. Fear crept in, gnawing at his resolve. How could he face her? She was no ordinary queen. She was a force that shattered dreams and crushed spirits. Stories of her cruelty twisted like vines around his heart, squeezing the breath from his lungs. What fate awaited him if he dared to confront her? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dark blanket over the land. The stars flickered like distant memories, each one a reminder of hope lost to the darkness that Jezebel embodied. For every act of defiance against her, she retaliated with merciless fury. The blood of the innocent stained the ground of Israel, a testament to her unyielding power. The people, once vibrant and free, now cowered in fear, whispering prayers for deliverance, but knowing deep down that Jezebel was a storm that could not be calmed. The echoes of her laughter haunted the streets, rich with malice and contempt. Those who had defied her would find their homes burned, their children taken, and their lives turned to ash. In the minds of the villagers, Jezebel was not merely a woman. She was a living nightmare, a warning written in the scars of the land. One by one, they fled into the night, abandoning their homes and dreams, seeking refuge in the mountains, praying to the God they hoped had not forsaken them. But even the distant peaks seemed unwelcoming, looming like sentinels that guarded secrets better left buried. What chance did they have against a queen who wielded fear like a weapon? The wind howled through the rocky crags, carrying with it the scent of desperation. Families huddled together, eyes wide with terror, their hearts pounding as the shadows danced in the flickering light of makeshift fires. The flicker revealed faces twisted in anguish, each one a reflection of the collective despair that gripped the land. The stories of Jezebel's wrath were spoken in hushed tones, the details turning sharper with every retelling. Children listened wide-eyed as their parents whispered of her dark deeds. They spoke of the priests of Baal who had met their end at the hands of her command, their cries of terror echoing in the stillness before dawn. The kingdom was a chessboard, and Jezebel was the queen whose moves were calculated and ruthless. No one was safe from her gaze, and betrayal was a dance that could lead to death. Elijah felt a restlessness stirring within him, a call to action that conflicted with the fear that had taken root. The battle was not merely against a queen. It was a confrontation against despair itself. Could he rally the people? Would they stand beside him against the darkness? Or would they scatter like leaves in the wind, too afraid to stand up to the embodiment of their nightmares? As he paced atop the mountain, he envisioned the faces of the faithful, men and women who had once rallied behind the God of Israel. Their faith felt so far away, a flickering flame in the storm of Jezebel's tyranny. He remembered the tales of the faithful who had before him stood against giants, who had faced odds that seemed insurmountable. The blood of the martyrs called out from the earth, urging him to rise, to act, to be the light in the overwhelming darkness. But even as determination coursed through him, doubts gnawed at his resolve. Would the people come together, or would they fall into despair? The threat of Jezebel loomed large, a specter that would not easily be banished. In every corner of the kingdom, her influence seeped into the very soil, and the thought of her vengeance twisted like a knife in his gut. With a heart heavy with the weight of the world, Elijah made his decision. He would confront her, not just for himself or for the prophets, but for every soul who had been silenced. The fear that gripped him was palpable, a cold sweat trickling down his spine as he imagined her face, twisted in rage, her eyes alight with fury. She would not take his challenge lightly. He would have to be vigilant, for her wrath was swift, and her vengeance was unrelenting. As the stars dimmed and the first hints of dawn began to break, a fire ignited within him. The battle against Jezebel was not just a fight for survival. It was a fight for the soul of a nation. But how could he rally those who had fled into the night? Would they heed the call, or would their fear keep them shackled to the chains of despair? In the silent promise of the coming day, Elijah steeled himself for the confrontation ahead. The winds whispered of change, and though the path was fraught with peril, he knew he could not turn back. The threat of Jezebel loomed larger than life, a dark cloud that could not remain unchallenged. He would stand firm against her, even if it meant facing the very embodiment of fear itself. The tension in the air was electric, a promise of the storm to come, a battle that would echo through the ages. The air was thick with uncertainty as Elijah trudged through the desert, each step heavy with both fatigue and purpose. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb casting long shadows that danced eerily over the rocky terrain. The once vibrant prophet, known for his fiery words and miraculous deeds, now felt as if he were but a flickering candle on the verge of being snuffed out. His heart raced with dread and desperation, a cacophony of emotions swirling within him. What awaited him at Horeb, the mountain of God? Elijah had fled a world that had turned against him, a world where the cries of the people for the true God were drowned out by the seductive whispers of Baal. He had stood alone on Mount Carmel, drenched in sweat and trembling with the power of heaven, calling down fire from above to prove his God. But now that victory felt distant and hollow, overshadowed by the death threats of Queen Jezebel that echoed in his mind like a haunting melody. He ran, not out of cowardice but from a desperate need for solace, a yearning to hear the voice of God in the midst of chaos. As he approached Horeb, the mountain loomed majestically before him, its peaks crowned with a shroud of swirling clouds. It was here that Moses had once encountered the Almighty in the form of a burning bush. Here, where the divine presence had descended upon the people with thunder, lightning, and the mighty voice of God. Was it too much to hope that he, too, would find a glimpse of that power, that reassurance? He climbed the rugged path, each step stirring memories of the past, igniting flickers of hope amidst the shadows of doubt. When he finally reached a cave at the mountain's base, he sank to the ground, weary and worn. The cool stone felt like a refuge, a shield against the storm raging inside him. It was in this hollowed-out space that he began to pray, his voice trembling as he cried out to the Lord, "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Each word dripped with sorrow, a lamentation that echoed in the silence surrounding him. But the silence was soon shattered, and Elijah's heart quickened as he heard a gentle whisper, a sound so soft yet so powerful it sent shivers down his spine. "Elijah!" The call penetrated the depths of his soul, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. It was the voice he had longed for, the reassurance he desperately needed. His breath hitched as he realized he was not alone. God was there, beckoning him to rise from his despair. "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord," the voice commanded, and with a mix of fear and reverence, Elijah complied. As he stepped out of the cave, the world around him transformed. The wind howled fiercely, a tempest that threatened to sweep him off his feet, but he stood firm, his heart racing with anticipation. The power of God was palpable, crackling in the air like electricity. Yet he wondered, was this the moment of divine revelation he had longed for? Then came the earthquake, a rumbling force that shook the very ground beneath him. Trees splintered, rocks shattered, and the sky darkened with storm clouds. The might of creation unleashed itself in a fury, but God was not in the earthquake. Elijah's heart raced anew, each beat echoing with the promise of what was to come. Could it be that God was revealing himself in a way that defied expectations? Next, a fire roared to life, fierce and consuming, illuminating the mountain with an otherworldly glow. The flames danced with a purpose, but still, the Lord was not in the fire. Elijah felt a mixture of dread and longing. He had witnessed fire from heaven before, but this time, it felt as if the earth itself was trembling under the weight of God's silence. Where was the assurance he sought? And then came the whisper, a gentle, almost imperceptible sound that wrapped around him like a soft blanket. The chaos outside faded away, and in that moment, Elijah understood. God was not found in the loud, dramatic displays of power, but in the quiet, tender call that reached deep into his heart. It was the calm amidst the storm, the stillness that spoke volumes. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he realized that the Almighty was with him, not in a show of force, but in a profound understanding of his pain. In that sacred moment, Elijah's burdens lifted, just a little. He felt seen, heard, and known. It was as if the weight of the world had momentarily fallen away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. He could finally breathe. But what would this encounter mean for him? What was he being called to do? The answers were shrouded in mystery, tantalizingly close yet just beyond his grasp. Stepping back into the mouth of the cave, he pondered the voice that had called him from the whirlwind of his turmoil. The wind may have screamed and the fire may have raged, but it was the whisper that held all the power. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The question rang in his ears, echoing through the recesses of his mind, stirring a newfound resolve within him. As the shadows lengthened and night crept in around Horeb, Elijah stood on the precipice of change. The mountain, ancient and wise, watched over him as if holding its breath for what would come next. Would he heed the call? Would he rise from the ashes of despair to fulfill the plans laid out for him? The air crackled with anticipation, a promise of divine purpose lingering just out of reach. The story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The wind whispered through the ancient ruins, carrying with it a message only a few had learned to hear. In a world often drowned in noise, there existed a profound strength in solitude, a truth hidden in the silence that wrapped around the broken stones like a protective shroud. The crumbling columns of the temple stood as silent witnesses to a time when faith and fervor intertwined seamlessly with the mundane. Each crack in the stone echoed the stories of fervent prayers and heartfelt confessions, resonating with those who dared to listen. Miriam stood alone among the remnants of what had once been a bustling place of worship. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the ground like forgotten spirits. Here, amid the silence, she sought solace. The noise of the outside world, rushing feet, blaring horns, and incessant chatter, faded into the background, leaving only the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone bird. This was her refuge, far removed from the clamor of her life, where she could connect with something greater than herself. As she knelt on the cool earth, Miriam closed her eyes, allowing the gentle breeze to carry away her worries. Memories flooded her mind, her father's soothing voice reciting prayers, her mother's laughter echoing in the halls of their home, the joy of simpler times. In those moments of quiet, she felt the weight of generations resting on her shoulders, each ancestor whispering encouragement in the stillness. They had faced trials, endured heartache, yet they had persevered, drawing strength from their faith in the unseen. Across the valley, the remnants of an ancient civilization stood tall against the horizon. Their stories were etched into the very fabric of the landscape, a testament to a time when silence was not filled with fear, but rather a sacred space for reflection and connection. The early Christians, who met in secret caves, knew the power of silence. They gathered under the blanket of night, sharing their hopes and prayers in hushed tones, believing that God listened in the stillness. In that sacred quiet, They found courage to defy persecution, their whispers becoming a clarion call for faith that echoed through time. Miriam thought of Elijah, the great prophet who had stood on the mountain and sought God not in the wind, nor in the earthquake, nor in the fire, but in the gentle whisper that followed. It was a profound reminder that sometimes the loudest truths are spoken in the softest tones. Her heart quickened with the realization that in her own life, those moments of quiet had often brought the clearest understanding, the purest guidance. The world clamored for attention, but here, in this sacred silence, she could hear the very pulse of her spirit. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush snapped her from her reverie. A deer emerged, delicate and graceful, its eyes wide and trusting. For a heartbeat, they shared a moment of stillness, each recognizing the other's vulnerability in this vast, chaotic world. The deer, with its gentle demeanor, embodied the strength found in silence, the power to pause, to breathe, and to simply be. Miriam felt a rush of emotion, an overwhelming urge to thank the universe for this small encounter. This reminder that beauty often thrived in the quietest corners of life. As the sun set, the landscape transformed, the colors of the sky bleeding into one another like a painter's palette. Miriam felt an electric charge in the air, a sense of anticipation that something significant was about to unfold. The ordinary had slipped into the extraordinary, and she could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before her, urging her to pay attention. It was as if the very stones beneath her knees were alive with the stories of the faithful who had poured their hearts out in this sacred space. In the distance, the sound of chanting broke through the tranquility, a group of monks making their way to a nearby chapel. Their voices carried on the wind, melodic and serene, blending with the rustling leaves and the chirping of crickets. Miriam's breath caught in her throat. These were not just sounds. They were echoes of devotion, a reminder that silence could hold power beyond words. The spirit of the place surged around her, wrapping her in a warm embrace, urging her to recognize the strength that lay within her own heart. Miriam rose to her feet, her spirit ignited. She was no longer just a passive observer. She felt the call to participate, to become a part of this tapestry of faith and resilience. The monks drew nearer, their chants rising and falling like the waves of the ocean. She could feel their energy, their commitment to silence and reflection as a means of finding connection with the divine. It was contagious, and a gust of courage swept through her. Her heart raced as she grasped the truth that silence was not merely the absence of sound. It was a bridge to something profound, a pathway to understanding the whispers of God. As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting silvery beams across the temple ruins, Miriam stood at the intersection of past and present, tradition and personal belief. The air buzzed with an electric anticipation, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. She understood now that the strength she sought was not to be found in grand gestures or loud proclamations, but in the stillness that dwelled within her. It was in those quiet moments of reflection and prayer that she would discover her true calling. With each step she took towards the chanting monks, a new realization unfurled within her. The world might be filled with chaos, but in silence, there lay a power that could not be ignored. It was a call to action, a reminder that she was not alone. The whispers of God, often missed in the noise of the everyday, were waiting for those who were willing to pause, listen, and truly hear. And as she moved closer, the warmth of shared devotion enveloped her, drawing her into a community bound by the same sacred silence that had once cradled countless souls. Miriam's heart swelled. The journey she had begun was only just beginning, an endless spiral of discovery and connection that would weave through time, touching lives and igniting spirits. She stood poised on the brink, caught between the echoes of the past and the uncharted territory of her own faith. The wind whispered anew, a promise of strength found in silence, a testament to the enduring power of belief. In this moment, she understood. The journey would be fraught with challenges, but in every whisper, there was a reminder of love, hope, and the divine presence that always awaited in the stillness. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the hills of Gilead, where the air buzzed with the whispers of an impending change. Dust swirled around the feet of those who had gathered, their breaths held tight in anticipation. It was here, in this rugged land, that the legacy of a prophet was about to shift. Elijah, a man marked by resilience and fire, stood at the crossroads of his journey, the weight of his calling pressing down on his shoulders like the heavy cloak he wore. The murmurs of the crowd faded as Elijah turned, his eyes glazing over with a mix of resolve and tenderness. He sensed it in his bones. The time had come to pass the mantle, to choose the one who would carry forth the torch of prophecy. A breeze rustled through the olive trees, carrying with it the scent of change, as if the very earth sensed the significance of the moment. Across the dusty ground, Elisha worked tirelessly, his hands calloused and worn from plowing, his spirit bright with a fervor that burned like the sun overhead. He had heard tales of Elijah, the man who called down fire from heaven and parted waters. But today, his heart raced not just with admiration but with the spark of destiny. Elisha had been following Elijah for some time, a loyal apprentice, and knew deep down that something monumental was about to unfold. As Elijah approached him, the air thickened with electricity. Elisha looked up, meeting the prophet's piercing gaze, a gaze that spoke volumes of wisdom and weariness. "Stay here," Elijah commanded, his voice steady yet tinged with an unspoken urgency. But Elisha's heart surged with determination. "As surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you," he declared, his voice unwavering. The bond between mentor and apprentice pulsed in the air, palpable and profound. Elijah nodded, a flicker of pride in his eyes, as they set out together to the city of Bethel, where destiny awaited. The journey was filled with moments of reflection and shared stories, laughter echoing in the space between them. Yet the shadow of the inevitable loomed ever closer. At Bethel, a group of prophets gathered, eyes wide with curiosity and apprehension. They sensed the shift. The heavy mantle of their leader was about to be handed to another. "Do you know that the Lord will take your master from you today?" one of them asked Elisha, a mix of sorrow and anticipation in his tone. Elisha replied, "Yes, I know. Be quiet." His heart pounded as he clung to every word spoken, fully aware that the moment of truth was approaching. Leaving Bethel behind, Elijah led Elisha to Jericho, where the air was thick with the history of battles fought and won. Again, the question echoed in the air, "Do you know that the Lord will take your master from you today?" Elisha felt the weight of those words, a knot tightening in his chest. "Yes, I know. Be quiet." He was not ready for this, yet deep within him, a fire ignited, a longing to rise, to step into the unknown. Finally, they arrived at the banks of the Jordan River, where the waters flowed with relentless determination. Elijah took a deep breath and, with a flick of his cloak, struck the waters. The river parted, revealing a dry path beneath, shimmering in the sunlight. Elisha followed closely, awestruck, his heart racing as they crossed to the other side, where the world would soon be forever changed. As they reached the far bank, Elijah turned to Elisha, the moment hanging in the air like a fragile thread. "Ask what I shall do for you before I am taken from you," he said, his voice steady, yet vulnerable. Elisha's heart thundered in his chest as he looked into the eyes of his mentor, seeing the man who had shaped him, the one who had ignited his faith. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit," he replied, his voice raw with emotion. The request hung heavily between them, a profound leap of faith. Elijah's response came with a weight that bore down on them both. "You have asked a hard thing," he said, a flicker of both pride and sorrow dancing in his eyes. "If you see me when I am taken from you, it shall be so for you. But if you do not see me, it shall not be so." Suddenly, the clouds above darkened, and the air charged with a sense of urgency. A whirlwind stirred, and in a flash of brilliance, a chariot of fire appeared, drawn by horses of fire. The ground trembled as the chariot descended, engulfing Elijah in flames of glory. Time stood still, and Elisha's heart leaped. It was a moment of sheer awe and terror, the kind that carved itself deep into the marrow of one's being. "Father! Father!" Elisha cried out, tears streaming down his face, his voice a mix of desperation and reverence. The chariot swept Elijah away, a fiery whirlwind that spiraled into the heavens, leaving behind an empty space filled with echoes of profound loss. The mantle fluttered gently down, landing softly at Elisha's feet, a tangible symbol of legacy, promise, and the weight of expectation. He picked up the cloak, feeling its rough fabric against his fingers, absorbing every ounce of the legacy it represented. As he wrapped it around his shoulders, a surge of emotions washed over him: fear, responsibility, and an unyielding resolve. He was engulfed in a whirlwind of memories, every moment spent alongside Elijah crashing into him like waves. The laughter, the lessons, the love, all etched into his heart forever. Elisha stood by the banks of the Jordan, the weight of the mantle heavy yet exhilarating on his shoulders. He faced the turbulent waters, heart racing, and raised the cloak high. "Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" he shouted, his voice ringing with conviction. The waters hesitated, then parted once more, revealing the path home. A roar erupted within him, a mix of triumph and grief, as he stepped forward. He was no longer merely a disciple. He had become the prophet, a beacon of hope, stepping into a legacy that would shape nations. It was a call to arms, a challenge that would rip through the fabric of history, igniting the flames of prophecy once again. The echoes of Elijah's spirit would guide him, even as he stood alone on the banks of the Jordan, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The journey was just beginning, and the world would never be the same. The dry winds whipped across the parched land of Israel, a land once rich with promise but now aching under the weight of despair. Villages lay scattered like broken toys, their inhabitants trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty. It was a time of great turmoil, where whispers of doubt rustled through the streets like fallen leaves caught in a storm. Elijah returned, his presence a flicker of hope against the dark tapestry of a nation in crisis. The prophet, with his wild hair and piercing gaze, had long been a voice crying out in the wilderness. He had once fled for his life, hiding from the wrath of Queen Jezebel, a woman with a heart as cold as the stones of the altars she promoted. But now, he stepped back into the chaos, a living testament to courage, with the weight of the nation resting on his shoulders. As Elijah entered the capital of Samaria, the air crackled with tension. The people moved about, faces drawn and weary, their eyes hollow from the relentless drought that had gripped the land for years. Many had turned to the worship of Baal, lured by promises of fertility and abundance. They were desperate, and desperation made men and women do strange things. The sacred altars dedicated to the true God lay in ruins, overrun by the more popular idols that glittered but did not shine. The prophet's heart ached for his people. He could feel the pulse of the nation, beating weakly, struggling to survive. Each step he took echoed with the cries of the faithful who had remained, clinging to their beliefs in silence, often punished for their loyalty. He could see them in the shadows, watching him through cracked doors and broken windows, praying silently for a miracle. "Is your God sleeping?" The voices of doubt mocked, as if taunting from the dark corners of the streets. And yet, Elijah carried a flame within him, a resolve to confront the darkness head-on. He would challenge the status quo, stand before the king, and call down fire from heaven if it meant reclaiming the hearts of his people. At the palace, King Ahab sat upon his throne, surrounded by sycophants who sang the praises of Baal. The tension in the room was palpable, a mixture of loyalty and fear. When Elijah strode in, silence fell like a heavy shroud. The king, with his jeweled crown and haughty demeanor, turned his gaze upon the prophet, eyes narrowing as suspicion flickered like a flame. "Is it you, troubler of Israel?" Ahab's voice was a whip, laced with frustration. Elijah stood tall, unwavering. "I have not troubled Israel, but you and your house have, by forsaking the commands of the Lord and following the Baals." The words were like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the palace and echoing into the hearts of those who listened. Ahab blinked in disbelief, the truth of Elijah's words piercing through the facade of power he had built. The prophet continued, his voice rising with passion. He proposed a challenge, a showdown that would either restore faith or seal their collective fate. Let the people decide today. We will each prepare a sacrifice. You call on your God, and I will call on my God. The one who answers by fire, he is God. Electricity crackled in the air, anticipation blending with dread. The people gathered, a mix of curiosity and skepticism playing across their faces. They had been led astray, but could this be the moment they were waiting for? The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows as the altar was prepared. The prophets of Baal danced and shouted, their voices rising in a frenzied plea for fire. The hours stretched on, their desperation palpable as they cut themselves, hoping that their blood would invoke a response from the heavens. Elijah watched, a deep sadness swelling in his chest. They were lost, ensnared in a web of lies, their faith misplaced. Shout louder, he taunted, the hint of a smile playing on his lips. Maybe he's deep in thought, or perhaps he's busy. The laughter of the people swelled, a bittersweet sound mingling with their confusion. They wanted to believe, but they were torn between the old ways and the truth standing right before them. As the sun began to sink into the horizon, the atmosphere shifted. It was Elijah's turn. He approached the altar, meticulously rebuilding it with stones representing the 12 tribes of Israel. He poured water over the sacrifice, drenching it until the firewood was soaked through. It was a bold move, a defiance against nature itself. Lord, answer me, he whispered, his voice carrying a weight of sincerity that reached the heavens. Show these people that you are God. In that moment, the air grew electric, and a hush fell over the crowd. There was a heartbeat of silence, and then fire rained down from the sky, consuming the sacrifice in an instant. It was as if time stood still. Gasps erupted from the crowd, disbelief giving way to awe. The flames licked the sky, illuminating the darkness and burning away the doubts that had plagued them for too long. Elijah's heart swelled with triumph and sorrow all at once. He had won this moment, but what would it mean for the nation that had strayed so far? Would they return to the path of righteousness, or would they continue to embrace the shadows? As the people fell to their knees, crying, "The Lord, He is God," Elijah felt a spark of hope ignite deep within him. But even in his victory, a whisper of foreboding brushed against his soul, a warning that the battle was far from over. Jezebel's fury would soon be unleashed, and with it, the very storm that had driven him away once before. And as the dust settled and the flames simmered into embers, Elijah could only watch, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with danger, yet also filled with the exhilarating possibility of redemption. The nation was in turmoil, but the prophet was there, standing on the precipice of a monumental change. The echoes of the past reverberated through time, binding their fates together in a tapestry woven with threads of faith, fear, and the unyielding hope for a brighter dawn. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty ground of Jezreel, where the air was thick with a tension that seemed to pulse like a living creature. In the center of it all stood Naboth's vineyard, lush and vibrant, a patch of life in a world heavy with greed and ambition. The grapes hung like jewels, glistening in the fading light, whispering secrets of the earth to anyone who cared to listen. But there was one who listened not to the land, but to his own desires, the king, Ahab. Ahab, the ruler of Israel, was a man consumed by envy. His heart burned with a longing that twisted and turned inside him as he gazed at Naboth's vineyard. It was not merely a piece of land. It was a symbol of everything he lacked. The vineyard flourished under Naboth's care, and Ahab's own gardens seemed dull and lifeless in comparison. The king's frustration simmered, rising like steam from a boiling pot, as he plotted to possess what was not rightfully his. One evening, Ahab approached Naboth with a smile that masked his true intentions. "Give me your vineyard," he said, his voice smooth like oil, "and I will offer you a better one in exchange." But Naboth's response was like a cold wind that chilled the air between them. "The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers." His words were firm, resolute, steeped in the weight of tradition that bound him to the land. Ahab's heart sank, his mind racing, fraying at the edges. How could Naboth refuse him? He was the king, but Naboth's refusal was like a stone thrown into a still pond, sending ripples of defiance throughout Ahab's heart. The king returned to his palace, his face darkened with anger, retreating to the shadows of his chambers. There, he lay on his bed, turning his back to the world, staring at the wall as if it might offer him solace. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of the vineyard, Naboth felt the weight of his choice. It was not just a matter of land. It was the legacy of his family, rooted in soil that had been tended to with love and sweat for generations. As he walked among the vines, the wind rustled through the leaves, as if nature itself was encouraging him to stand firm. He felt the spirit of his ancestors with him, urging him to protect what was rightfully his. But darkness brewed within the palace walls. Ahab, unable to bear the sting of rejection, turned to his wife, Jezebel, a woman as ruthless as she was beautiful. She had no patience for the morals that tied Naboth to his land. "Is this how you act as king of Israel?" she taunted, her eyes gleaming with ambition. "You will have that vineyard." With a sinister plan spinning in her mind, Jezebel crafted letters filled with deceit, accusing Naboth of blasphemy. She sealed them with her husband's signet and sent them to the elders of Jezreel. They were to proclaim Naboth a traitor, to bring him low before the people. The elders, eager to please their queen, complied without hesitation, blinded by ambition and fear. The day of judgment arrived like a storm gathering on the horizon. Naboth stood before the people, his heart pounding, confusion swirling in his mind. He had done nothing wrong, yet here he was, accused and alone. The crowd, stirred by the queen's lies, turned against him, their shouts echoing like thunder in the valley. "Bring him out!" they cried, their voices a cacophony of fury and betrayal. When Naboth was dragged from his vineyard, the sun seemed to dim, the world losing its color. He saw the vines he had nurtured and loved wither in his mind's eye, and a profound sadness washed over him. He faced his accusers with courage, but inside, despair gripped him like an iron hand. How could they not see the truth? How could they abandon him so easily? As the stones were raised high, ready to fall like the very judgment of God, Naboth prayed silently, his heart a mixture of fear and faith. In that moment, the heavens seemed to pause, the air thick with an unspoken promise. Would the Almighty see? Would justice prevail? And in the palace, Ahab, blissfully blind to the consequences of his wife's actions, awaited news of his victory. "At last, the vineyard will be mine," he mused, visions of lavish feasts and flowery decorations filling his mind. But even as he dreamed, shadows crept closer, whispers of impending doom curling like smoke around him. Amidst the chaos outside, a figure cloaked in mystery approached Ahab, a prophet, fierce and resolute, with words that crackled like thunder. "Ahab," he called, his voice slicing through the air, "you have sold yourself to do evil in the sight of the Lord. Because you have killed Naboth and taken his vineyard, judgment will come upon you." A chill ran down Ahab's spine as he listened, dread creeping into his heart. The prophet's words hung heavily in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon of Ahab's soul. He saw the pieces of his life unraveling, the wickedness he had embraced returning to claim him. The fear of retribution clawed at him, a bitter taste of his own making. In the distance, the sound of stones striking flesh echoed through the valley, a grim reminder of the fate that had befallen Naboth. As the king felt the weight of his deeds, a prayer rose within him, mingled with regret and pain. But the moment was fleeting. The prophecy loomed larger than life, and there was no escape from the grip of judgment. With a heart heavy with dread, the king turned his gaze away from the prophet, the weight of choice and consequence crashing down upon him like a landslide. And as Naboth's lifeblood soaked into the earth, the air grew thick with the scent of betrayal, a bitter reminder that every action has a price. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the land, and with it, the shadows of justice began to stretch, creeping ever closer to their destined reckoning. The stage was set, and the players remained, each entwined in a tale that was far from over, a bitter dance of ambition and consequence, where the final notes had yet to be sung. The sun hung low over the hills of Samaria, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the dusty ground. Ahab, the king with a heart as hard as stone, paced nervously in his grand palace. His thoughts were thunderous, echoing with the fear of what was to come. Days spent in the company of false prophets had left him feeling invincible, yet the cold grip of doubt nestled deep within his mind. Today he would face Elijah once more, the prophet whose very presence stirred the winds of fate. Outside, the wind whispered secrets through the cracked stones of the palace walls, carrying with it the scent of the impending storm. It was not just the weather that was about to change, but the very course of Ahab's life. The people of Israel had been starving, their land parched, and the cries for water resonated like a mournful hymn. They had turned to idols, seeking comfort in Baal, but deep down, they sensed the truth that lingered just beyond their understanding. Elijah stood atop Mount Carmel, his silhouette framed against the stormy sky. The air crackled with a tension that made the hair on the back of his neck stand. He had called for this confrontation, challenging Ahab and his false prophets to a duel of faith. His heart raced with purpose, fueled by the conviction that this was a moment predestined. He remembered the last time he faced Ahab, the weight of the king's scorn heavy in the air, yet here he was again, ready to stand for the God of Israel. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in crimson and gold, Elijah descended the mountain. His sandals kicked up dust, leaving a trail that would soon be washed away by the rain he believed was coming. He would not only confront Ahab, but also the very essence of belief that had taken root in the hearts of the people. Would they see the truth? Would they turn from their idols back to the God who had rescued them time and again? Ahab's heart raced as he awaited the prophet's arrival. He could feel the weight of the crown pressing down on his brow, each jewel a reminder of the power he wielded yet rarely felt. His wife, Jezebel, stood at his side, her expression unreadable but her spirit a tempest of ambition and fear. "Are you sure about this, my king?" she asked, her voice smooth like silk yet edged with apprehension. "Elijah is a madman. He has no regard for your authority." Ahab's jaw clenched, the anger boiling within him. "He is but a man," he replied, hoping to convince himself as much as her. "I am the king. He cannot defy me forever." But within, Ahab wrestled with the truth. Elijah had shown him the power of a true God, and that power was a wildfire that threatened to consume his carefully built empire. When Elijah finally stood before him, the air crackled with an electric tension, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. The prophet's eyes blazed with fierce determination, a fire burning bright in the face of the king's arrogance. "You have led Israel astray, Ahab," he declared, his voice echoing off the stone walls like a thunderclap. "You have bowed to Baal while your people suffer. It's time for a reckoning." Ahab's eyes narrowed, his pride flaring in response. "You dare speak to me like that? I am the king of Israel." His voice rose, filled with fury and indignation, but Elijah stood firm, unyielding like the oak trees that dotted the landscape. "Bring your prophets," Elijah commanded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Let us test whose God is real. If Baal is God, let him answer by fire. But if the Lord is God, let him show his power today." Jezebel's laughter echoed in Ahab's mind, a haunting reminder of the deceit that had clouded his judgment. He hesitated, the weight of choice heavy upon him. But pride would not let him back down. He nodded sharply, signaling for his prophets to gather. From the shadows, they emerged, a band of over 400 men, each one cloaked in the arrogance of their false deity. They were men who had sworn fealty to Baal, their faith misplaced in an illusion as they grinned confidently at the challenge. The crowd began to swell, drawn to the spectacle, fear and hope mingling in their hearts. Elijah stood alone, a solitary figure against the tide of falsehood, his heart pounding with purpose. As the prophets prepared their altar, The tension grew thick like the storm clouds overhead. "Prepare the sacrifice," Elijah commanded, and the false prophets set to work, their movements frantic as they called upon Baal. Hours passed, and the sun sank below the horizon, replaced by a darkening sky. The prophets called louder, their voices a desperate cacophony, pleading for their God to answer, but nothing came, not even the slightest hint of a response. As the night deepened, frustration twisted their faces. "Where is Baal?" Elijah taunted, his eyes flashing with righteous anger. "Perhaps he is busy, or perhaps he is asleep." Each word was a dagger, piercing their pride, and the crowd began to murmur, curiosity sparking like kindling. Then, with the air electric around him, Elijah stepped forward. He took the dry wood of the altar and drenched it with water, the sacrifice soaked to the bone. "If the Lord is God," he declared, "let him show us his power." With the breath of the heavens holding still, Elijah called to his God. "Answer me, O Lord." The words rolled off his tongue like thunder, a plea woven with faith. And with that, the sky erupted in a flash. A bolt of fire leapt from the heavens, igniting the sacrifice and consuming everything in its path. The crowd gasped, disbelief and awe flooding their senses. Ahab stood, paralyzed, the realization crashing over him like the waves of the sea. This was no mere man. This was a prophet of the living God. And in that moment, a choice was laid bare before him, shimmering like the very flames that danced in front of his eyes. But as the cheers of the crowd erupted, rising like the smoke from the altar, something darker stirred within Ahab. The weight of impending judgment loomed large, and the storm was not just in the sky. It was in his heart, and it threatened to consume him entirely. With the prophet's victory hanging in the air, the tension teetered on the edge of a knife, poised to plunge into the heart of every soul present. The echoes of what was to come reverberated through the land, wrapping around Ahab like a vice. What would he choose? Would he cling to his earthly power, or would he bow before the one true God? In that moment, time stood still. The storm was coming, and it would change everything. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the rugged hills of Israel. A lone figure stood at the edge of a cliff, his silhouette dark against the vibrant sky. It was Elijah, the prophet, a man who had once commanded the heavens and now felt crushed under their weight. The wind howled around him, echoing the storm brewing within his heart. He was a man torn between devotion and despair, grappling with an overwhelming sense of futility. Just days earlier, Elijah had been a hero, calling down fire from heaven to consume a drenched altar on Mount Carmel, proving the existence of one true God before a crowd of thousands. The power of the moment had surged through him, electrifying and invigorating. But now, that fire seemed extinguished, replaced by an icy dread that gripped his soul. The cheers of the people had faded, replaced by the chilling threats of Queen Jezebel, who marked him as her next target. In the solitude of the mountains, the echoes of his triumph felt like taunts. "Why am I here?" he whispered to himself, the question spiraling in his mind. "Why have you left me, God?" Just a short time before, he had been filled with conviction and strength, yet now he felt abandoned. Each gust of wind carried with it a reminder of his isolation. Doubt crept in like a shadow, whispering lies of inadequacy and failure. He remembered the faces of the prophets who had been slaughtered, the blood that stained the ground, and the cries of the faithful who had been silenced. Had his stand meant anything? His heart ached for those lost voices, and in that ache, despair took root. The great prophet who had once confronted kings felt like a mere ghost of his former self, a remnant of a past glory slipping through his fingers. Elijah sank to his knees, the earth cool beneath him, grounding yet heavy. "I'm no better than my ancestors," he murmured, the weight of history pressing down. He thought of Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the many who had come before him, their lives filled with struggle and sacrifice. Despite their strength, they had faced deep valleys of despair, and now, he too found himself wandering in the dark. A tear rolled down his cheek, a rare moment of vulnerability in a world that expected unwavering strength from its prophets. This was no ordinary sorrow. It was a profound grief that enveloped him, one that threatened to suffocate his spirit. He felt the sting of failure as he recalled how he had fled in fear, abandoning the very mission that had defined him. The wind whistled mournfully, as if it shared in his lament. "Why do you hide your face?" he cried out, voice breaking. The heavens above were silent, leaving him alone with his torment. In the quiet that followed, he heard nothing but the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird, a stark contrast to the thunderous display of God's power he had once witnessed. The night descended, wrapping him in an oppressive darkness. The stars twinkled above, indifferent to his plight. They blinked like distant promises, yet he felt unworthy to reach for them. In the stillness, thoughts collided, visions of what could have been danced in his mind. What if he had stayed? What if he had rallied more support? Instead, he had run away, a fugitive in a world that needed him. Elijah's breath hitched as memories swirled. He recalled the joyous moments with the widow in Zarephath, how he had brought her son back to life with a prayer and faith. He had felt the pulse of God's presence in those interactions, but now it felt like a distant memory, a fading light in the abyss of despair. "God, where are you?" he pleaded, the rawness of his anguish pouring forth like a torrent. Suddenly, a crack of thunder echoed across the sky, startling him. The storm that had been brewing inside him matched the tempest now raging above. Rain began to pour, drenching him to the bone, yet he remained in place, heart pounding. It was as if the heavens themselves were weeping with him, sharing in his sorrow. Each drop was a reminder of both the pain and the hope that intertwined within the fabric of his being. In that moment of chaos, clarity began to flicker at the edges of his mind. Elijah suddenly recalled the soft voice he had once heard in the silence, God's gentle whisper amid the turmoil. He had been so consumed by fear and despair that he had forgotten the essence of his calling. The path of a prophet was not paved with glory but with suffering, a journey through valleys of shadow and despair to reach the mountaintops of faith. "Is this how it ends?" he thought, grappling with the impending sense of defeat. But deep within, a flicker of determination began to ignite, not as a roaring flame but as a tiny spark. Elijah lifted his head, rain mixing with tears on his cheeks, and resolved to seek that still, small voice once more. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he took a deep breath and rose to his feet, feeling the cold earth beneath him steadying his resolve. He remembered the power of prayer, the connection that had once been so vivid and alive. He needed to reach out, to pour out his heart before God, not with the expectation of grand miracles but with the simple honesty of his brokenness. As dawn began to break, the storm within him quieted. There was something profoundly beautiful in the realization that even the greatest prophets could wade through shadows of doubt and despair. Elijah's spirit, once shattered, began to mend, piece by fragile piece. Yet, as he felt himself rising from the depths, a new challenge loomed on the horizon. Little did he know, the journey of despair was but a chapter in a tale that would weave itself into the fabric of history, echoing through generations. The very people he had once inspired would soon witness the fight that lay ahead, a culmination of a struggle that would stretch beyond his own understanding. And with the first rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds, Elijah felt a stirring of hope as he set his eyes toward the road ahead, not knowing that the looming challenges would test not just his faith, but the faith of a nation. In the shadow of the ancient mountains, a fierce wind howled through the valleys, carrying with it the weight of a prophet's despair. Elijah, a man of unwavering faith, often felt the bitter chill of loneliness. When he stood on the precipice of despair, he would look to the heavens, searching for a sign, for comfort, for anything that could anchor him in the storm of his life. Little did he know, there were unseen forces at work, the angels who guarded and guided him through his darkest times. The tale of Elijah is steeped in the rich tapestry of history, a saga painted against a backdrop of kings and prophets, where the clash of faith and doubt played out on a grand stage. During a time when Israel was caught in the grip of idolatry, Elijah stood as a beacon of truth, calling the people back to their roots. Yet, even the mightiest prophet felt the crushing weight of loneliness and fear. He had confronted the prophets of Baal, his heart racing with righteous fury as fire fell from the sky, consuming his sacrifice and proving the supremacy of his God. But victory often comes at a price. After the triumph on Mount Carmel, Elijah fled into the wilderness, heart pounding, breath quickening, shadows creeping up on him as he sought refuge from the wrath of Queen Jezebel. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that whispered tales of despair. His spirit sank as low as the setting sun, and he lay down under a solitary broom tree, wishing for death. It was in that moment of utter desolation that an angel appeared, a gentle presence in the midst of his turmoil. With a soft voice, the angel called out to him, "Elijah, arise and eat." Startled, Elijah opened his eyes. Before him lay a meal, bread baked on hot stones and a jar of water, simple yet profound. The angel didn't lecture him about courage or faith. Instead, he nourished Elijah's weary body, understanding that even the strongest need sustenance. As Elijah took the first bite, a flicker of hope ignited within him, the warmth of the food mingling with the warmth of God's love. This was no ordinary meal. It was a lifeline delivered by divine hands, a reminder that he was not alone. Days turned into nights as he journeyed further into the wilderness, seeking solace and sanctuary. Yet, just as darkness threatened to consume him, another angel appeared. This time, the angel stood with a glow that illuminated the shadows, a radiant figure caught between heaven and earth. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" the angel asked, his voice echoing with the authority of the heavens. "I have been zealous for the Lord, but I am the only one left," Elijah replied, his heart heavy with the burden of his mission. The angel listened intently, his eyes filled with compassion. In that moment, Elijah poured out his fears and doubts, the words spilling like a torrent. The angel, with an understanding that transcended time, reassured him, "You are not alone. There are still many who have not bowed to Baal." Emboldened by this revelation, Elijah rose from his despair. The angels had not just fed him, they breathed life into his spirit. With renewed purpose, he continued his journey, guided by the whisper of the divine. Each encounter with the angels seemed to weave a protective tapestry around him, shielding him from despair and doubt. Whether it was in the stillness of the night or the brilliance of the day, they were his companions, ever watchful, ever present. As he faced the ultimate test of faith on Mount Horeb, where the very presence of God was manifested, the encounter with the angels became a pivotal moment. The fierce wind, the earthquake, and the fire passed by, but it was the gentle whisper that changed everything. In that soft sound, Elijah found clarity, purpose, and direction. An angelic reminder that sometimes it is not the grand spectacles that define faith, but the quiet assurances that cradle the soul. The story of Elijah is not just one of a prophet. It is a testament to the unseen guardians who walked beside him. They were messengers of hope amidst despair, warriors of light against the encroaching darkness. Each angelic visitation was a chapter of encouragement in Elijah's life, a reminder that the divine was intricately woven into the fabric of his existence. As he returned to the world to confront kings and queens, he did so with the knowledge that he had allies who were not bound by the physical realm. The angels had equipped him, not just with food and drink, but with the courage to speak truth to power. Spirits of the heavens stood by him, unseen yet undeniably present, giving him the strength to challenge the very fabric of idolatry that had ensnared his people. With each challenge he faced, Elijah felt the weight of heaven's support. When he stood before Ahab, the king, the memories of the angels filled him with boldness. He was no longer just a man. He was a vessel of divine purpose, a warrior guided by celestial hands. The tension in the air crackled as he declared God's judgment, each word resonating with the power of the angels who had stood by him in his darkest hours. But as the narratives of faith often reveal, the road was not always smooth. The shadows would come calling again, and with them, the haunting echoes of doubt. Yet, Even in those moments of uncertainty, Elijah could feel the faint stirrings of angelic presence, a whisper in the wind urging him onward. The cycles of despair and hope intertwined like strands of a complex tapestry, revealing a story that was still being written, one that would transition into the next chapter of his extraordinary life. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rugged hills of Israel, where whispers of ancient prophecies mingled with the wind. In the air, tension crackled like electricity. Standing on Mount Carmel, a lone figure, dressed in a simple cloak, faced a crowd of curious onlookers and skeptical priests. This was no ordinary man. This was Elijah, the prophet whose name would echo through history with a fierce resonance. The people sensed it. The weight of what was to come was palpable, a stirring anticipation that sent shivers down their spines. Elijah raised his hands, the fabric of his cloak fluttering slightly, and silence fell over the crowd, each person holding their breath, caught between doubt and belief. He called out to the people, asking them to choose. Would they follow the one true God or the false idols that had led them astray? The moment hung in the air, heavy with emotion, as hearts beat loudly and eyes widened in disbelief. As the sun dipped lower, Elijah began to pray. The words that left his lips were not just mere requests. They were an invocation of divine power. Suddenly, fire rained down from the heavens, a brilliant blaze consuming the sacrifice he had prepared. Gasps erupted from the crowd, eyes wide with astonishment. It wasn't merely the spectacle of flames. It was the unmistakable presence of God meeting his people in the most powerful way. There, on that mountaintop, faith ignited like the fire itself. But the signs and wonders did not end there. The drought that had plagued the land for years, drying up rivers and withering crops, had crushed the spirits of many. Elijah had declared that there would be no rain until he said so, a bold proclamation that had left the nation in despair. Yet now, as the fire faded and the crowd still buzzed with awe, Elijah turned his gaze toward the sky. He knelt down and rested his head between his knees, his heart a drum of fervent hope. "Go and look toward the sea," he instructed his servant, his voice steady despite the turmoil around him. The servant scrambled, eyes scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of change. Minutes felt like hours, and with each passing moment, the weight of expectation hung like a storm cloud overhead. Would the heavens open? Would the long-awaited rain finally come? When the servant returned, his expression was a mix of disbelief and excitement. "There is a small cloud rising from the sea," he announced, barely able to contain himself. Elijah's heart soared. That tiny cloud, dark and heavy with promise, was all he needed. He turned back to the people, his eyes alight with fervor. "Prepare your chariots. Rain is coming." With that, the skies opened. Torrential rain fell, soaking the parched ground, awakening the earth from its lifeless slumber. The sound of raindrops played a symphony of hope, washing away the desolation that had gripped the land. Laughter and tears mingled as the people danced in the rain, joy spilling over as they realized the tide had turned. Elijah stood amidst the chaos, the embodiment of hope and power, a man who had faced down kings and confronted the very fabric of falsehood. Yet, in the shadows, danger loomed. Queen Jezebel, furious over the defeat of her prophets, sent a chilling message to Elijah, vowing to take his life. The prophet, once so bold and unyielding, felt a shiver of fear creep into his heart. He ran, fleeing into the wilderness, where despair clung to him like a heavy cloak. In isolation, he cried out to God, his voice breaking with emotion. "I am no better than my ancestors," he lamented, feeling the burden of loneliness. But God had not forgotten him. An angel touched Elijah, offering bread and water, reviving his spirit. "Get up and eat," the angel commanded, and with each bite, strength returned to Elijah's weary body. God had a plan for him still, a purpose that lay ahead, waiting just beyond the horizon. The journey would not be easy, but the signs and wonders were far from over. After 40 days and nights of travel, Elijah arrived at Mount Horeb, the very mountain of God. In that sacred space, he experienced a profound encounter. A gentle whisper, softer than the rustling leaves, beckoned him out of the cave where he had sought refuge. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The question hung in the air, charged with love and understanding. Elijah poured out his heart, recounting the struggles, the loneliness that clung to him, the fear that had chased him like a shadow. God listened, not with judgment but with compassion. The atmosphere shifted as God revealed himself not in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire, but in that still, small voice. There, in that moment of vulnerability, Elijah began to understand that his ministry was not just about the miracles and the signs that followed him. It was about the intimate relationship he shared with the Creator. Emboldened by that encounter, Elijah returned to the world, ready to face the challenges ahead. The weight of his calling pressed upon him, and yet he felt the warmth of divine assurance. He would anoint kings and mentor a young prophet named Elisha, who would carry on his mission. Each step taken amidst the chaos of a nation searching for truth revealed that Elijah's ministry was only just beginning. As the sun set behind the hills, casting long shadows on the ground, the people of Israel remained on the brink, ready to witness more signs, more wonders, and a renewed faith that would ripple through generations to come. The air filled with expectation, and the story of Elijah became a thread woven into the tapestry of a nation hungry for redemption. The echoes of his prayers, his sacrifices, and his unwavering trust in God would resonate, drawing others into a compelling narrative of hope, courage, and miraculous possibilities that awaited just beyond the horizon. The air was electric, charged with an anticipation that resonated in the bones of the people gathered below. They stood on the rugged slopes of the Jordan River, eyes fixed on two figures walking ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue that seemed to herald the extraordinary. Elijah, the prophet with fiery passion, strode forward, his cloak billowing behind him like a banner of defiance against the world. Beside him walked Elisha, his devoted follower, shadows dancing across their faces. "Stay here," Elijah commanded, but Elisha refused. There was an unspoken bond between them, a connection forged through trials and miracles. Elisha's heart raced with a mixture of dread and hope. He couldn't bear to let go, not now, not when something monumental was unfolding. Every step along the banks of the Jordan was a step toward the unknown, a journey that would shift the very fabric of reality. The river whispered secrets as they drew closer, its waters dark and swirling, reflecting the boldness of the moment. Elijah turned to Elisha, his eyes fierce yet tender. "What do you want from me before I'm taken?" Elisha's voice trembled, laden with the weight of his request. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." In that sacred space, time seemed to pause, and the world around them faded. It was as if the universe held its breath, aware that destiny was about to unfold. With a nod, Elijah acknowledged the gravity of the request. His gaze shifted to the horizon, where the sun began to dip, casting fiery orange and crimson streaks across the sky. The winds seemed to hush, and an almost serene silence enveloped them as if nature itself recognized the significance of what was about to happen. The atmosphere pulsed with energy, a promise of transformation. Suddenly, the silence shattered. A sound echoed through the air, a rush, a roar unlike anything heard before. Out of the blue, flames erupted on the horizon. A chariot of fire appeared, golden and radiant, drawn by horses of pure light. It tore through the sky, weaving clouds and earth together in a spectacular dance. Gasps erupted from the crowd, mingling with fear in every heart. Elijah turned to Elisha, his eyes piercing like bolts of lightning. "Look!" he exclaimed, a mix of joy and sorrow in his voice. The moment had arrived, a culmination of a lifetime spent in service to God. The chariot descended, spiraling down like a comet, incandescent with divine purpose. Elisha's heart raced, the reality of what was happening crashing over him like a wave. Tears blurred his vision as he grasped the enormity of the moment, knowing he was witnessing an event that transcended time. "Father, Father!" Elisha cried out, desperation spilling from his lips. The words hung heavily in the air, filled with love and anguish. The chariot drew closer, and Elijah turned one last time, a smile dancing on his lips, filled with the wisdom of ages. It was a smile that said goodbye, a promise that their bond would never be severed, even in this moment of parting. In a flash of brilliance, Elijah was seized, the chariot of fire enveloping him in a radiant blaze. The world around them dimmed, the light so blinding that for a heartbeat, it felt like the end. Elisha shielded his eyes, heart pounding, the reality of loss crashing down like an avalanche. The chariot soared into the heavens, taking Elijah from the earthly realm, leaving behind a swirling vortex of emotions and disbelief. And then silence. The winds whispered gently as if mourning the departure of a great soul. The chariot vanished into the clouds, leaving only the echoes of its glory behind. Elisha stood frozen, the weight of the moment settling over him like a shroud. The crowd was hushed, caught in a collective breath, grappling with what they had just witnessed. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in shadows, a stark reminder of the void left in Elijah's absence. But something stirred within Elisha. As the last remnants of light faded, a fire ignited in his heart, a determination to carry forth the legacy of his master. He clenched his fists, looking toward the sky as if seeking a sign. The spirit of Elijah resonated within him, a flame that refused to be extinguished. "Where now, my master?" he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. The mantle that Elijah had cast aside lay on the ground where he had stood. Elisha picked it up, the fabric heavy with the weight of responsibility. In that moment, he became more than a follower. He assumed the mantle of a prophet, the bearer of the flame that would light the path for generations to come. With a resolute heart, he approached the banks of the Jordan. The waters roared, the river a living entity, demanding respect. Elisha raised the cloak high, and with a voice steady and strong, he called to the waters, "Where is the God of Elijah?" The river responded, parting before him as it had for his master, a powerful testament to the legacy that now flowed through his veins. The crowd erupted in gasps, awe spread like wildfire as they witnessed the impossible. Elisha stepped onto the dry riverbed, the waters a mere whisper beside him. Each step resonated with the heartbeat of the world, a new chapter unfolding. The mantle of prophecy was not just a burden. It was a gift, a promise that the spirit of Elijah would live on. And as Elisha walked forward, a new dawn broke on the horizon. The sun began to rise, casting rays of light that ignited the sky. It was a reminder that even in loss, there is a rebirth, a cycle that never ends. The world was alive with possibility, the echoes of the past intertwining with the promise of the future. Elisha turned, gazing back one last time at the spot where his master had ascended, his heart swelling with a mix of sadness and hope. The moment may have been fleeting, but its impact would resonate forever. The chariot of fire had come and gone, but its legacy was just beginning, igniting a new flame that would burn brightly in the hearts of many. The story was far from over. It was only the beginning of a new chapter filled with trials, victories, and the unyielding spirit of a prophet who would change the course of history forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dusty roads of Gilgal, where whispers of a great legacy awaited. Elisha, a man marked by purpose, stood at the threshold of a moment that would forever alter the course of his life and the lives of the people around him. It was a day of reckoning, a day when the weight of a prophet's mantle would fall heavy upon his shoulders, igniting a fire that burned in his heart. But little did he know, the journey ahead would be fraught with trials that would test the very essence of his being. The air hummed with anticipation as Elisha prepared to part ways with his mentor, the great Elijah. The prophet's presence was magnetic, a force of nature that commanded reverence. Elijah had witnessed the miracles and wonders of God unfold before him. He had called down fire from heaven, parted the waters of the Jordan, and performed countless miracles that left onlookers breathless. Now, standing before Elisha, Elijah's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of years, a silent acknowledgement of the path that lay ahead. It was the moment when the torch would be passed, a moment filled with both dread and exhilarating promise. "Stay here," Elijah said, his voice a blend of command and affection. "The Lord has sent me to Bethel." But Elisha's resolve was unyielding. He could feel the weight of destiny pressing upon him, urging him to follow. "As surely as the Lord lives and as you live, I will not leave you," he declared, his voice steady and firm. With each step they took together, the bond between mentor and mentee deepened, a silent pact forged in faith. At Bethel, the air crackled with energy. The prophets gathered, sensing the shift, watching as the two men approached. "Do you know that the Lord is going to take your master from you today?" they whispered, their words dripping with a mixture of sorrow and awe. Elisha met their gaze, his heart heavy yet resolute. "Yes, I know. Be quiet," he urged, for the ache of impending loss was too much to bear. Onward they journeyed to Jericho, where the sun glimmered against the ancient walls. Here, the stories of Elijah's miracles echoed through the streets, and the weight of expectation loomed large. "Stay here," Elijah said again, but Elisha's spirit burned too fiercely to relent. "I will not leave you." The two men pressed on, the bond of their journey solidifying with each grueling step they took. Finally, they reached the banks of the Jordan River, a magnificent expanse of water that shimmered under the sun. Elijah, with a steady hand, took his cloak and struck the river. The waters parted, revealing a dry path, and together they walked, leaving behind the familiar shores of their old lives. As they crossed, the air sang with divine authority, heralding the transition that was about to unfold. Waiting on the other side, Elisha's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and fear. In that moment, Elijah turned to him, a spark of understanding igniting in his eyes. "Tell me, what can I do for you before I am taken from you?" he asked, the question hanging in the air like a sweet promise. Elisha's response was swift, fueled by years of witnessing the power of his mentor's ministry. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit," he said, his voice steady, yet trembling with emotion. The gravity of that request echoed through the stillness, and Elijah's expression shifted. "You have asked a difficult thing," he replied, a hint of admiration lacing his words. "Yet, if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours, otherwise it will not." The challenge was set and the stakes were high. And then it happened. A chariot of fire, radiant and glorious, descended from the heavens, a whirlwind of divine glory that enveloped Elijah. Time seemed to stand still as Elisha watched, awestruck, his heart pounding in his chest. The whirlwind swept his mentor away, leaving behind a moment that would be etched into the annals of history. With tears streaming down his face, Elisha cried out, my father, the chariots and horsemen of Israel." The cry pierced the air, reverberating with a mix of loss and longing. As the dust settled, Elisha felt an overwhelming sense of purpose surge within him. The mantle of Elijah lay on the ground, an emblem of the legacy he was now charged to uphold. With trembling hands, he picked it up, the fabric warm against his skin, infused with the essence of the one he revered. As he wrapped it around himself, a profound energy coursed through him, a connection to something greater, a divine mission unfolding. Elisha returned to the Jordan, the river now a symbol of his new beginning. With a heart full of faith, he lifted the mantle and struck the waters just as Elijah had done. "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" he called out, and to his amazement, the waters parted once more. The power of the Almighty surged through him, and in that instant, he knew that he was not merely the follower of a great prophet. He was destined to continue the prophetic ministry, to be a beacon of hope for the people of Israel. In the days that followed, Elisha moved among the people, his heart beating in rhythm with their struggles. Miracles flowed from his hands, each one a testament to the faith he held within. The widow's oil, the Shunammite's son, the healing of Naaman. The stories began to weave themselves together, forming a tapestry of divine intervention. Each act was laced with emotion, and the people marveled, their hearts ignited by the truth that God was very much alive among them. But the path was not without challenges. Darkness loomed on the edges of Israel. Prophets had been silenced, and the faith of the people wavered. Elisha felt the weight of history upon him, the echo of Elijah's voice ringing in his ears, urging him forward. With every miracle, every act of compassion, he pushed against the tide of despair, knowing the mantle he bore was more than cloth. It was a call to rally the hearts of a nation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Elisha stood at the threshold of a new dawn. The stories he carried were not just his own. They belonged to those who had gone before him, the faithful, the broken, the lost. And as he looked out over Israel, he felt the pulse of the people within him, a promise yet to be fulfilled. The air was thick with anticipation, and the journey had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the hills of ancient Israel. It was here, in a modest dwelling, that the echoes of a great legacy began to stir. The air was thick with anticipation as a small group of young men, their faces marked by determination and hope, gathered to learn from a man whose very name sent shivers down the spines of kings. Elijah, the fiery prophet of God, stood before them, a living testament to faith and courage. As he paced the room, Elijah's presence filled the space, a force of nature that demanded respect. These weren't just students. They were future prophets, each bearing a flickering flame of potential within them, eager to be ignited. The tension was palpable, a silent agreement hanging in the air. They were ready to learn the truths that could change their lives and the fate of their people. Today, Elijah began, his voice steady yet charged with emotion. We will not just study the word of God, we will live it. The words hung heavily between them like a promise, igniting a spark of excitement in their chests. They would learn not only to speak on behalf of God, but to embody His Spirit in every breath they took. Elijah moved to a small altar, its surface worn from years of offerings. A flickering flame danced there, a physical manifestation of the divine presence he so often spoke of. This fire, he said, gesturing to the flame, represents our passion and commitment. Just as it consumes the wood, so must our faith consume every doubt. The young men leaned in, their eyes wide with wonder, as Elijah shared the stories of his own trials, the moments when he had faced off against false prophets, the times he had prayed for rain during a crippling drought. Each tale was a lesson wrapped in raw emotion, a thread connecting them to the past and threading through their future. As the days passed, the school became a sanctuary of learning. The students wrote fervently in their scrolls, the ink flowing as freely as their ambitions. Elijah taught them the art of prophecy, the delicate balance of speaking truth while embracing humility. He encouraged them to seek the voice of God in silence, to listen to the whispers in the wind that spoke of His will. Yet the challenges were many. One day, as the sun reached its zenith, a group of skeptics from a neighboring town arrived, their faces twisted in scorn. "What can a handful of young men learn from this old fool?" one shouted, laughter echoing cruelly around the courtyard. The laughter pierced the air, a harsh reminder of the world outside their cocoon of faith. The tension crackled like a storm brewing on the horizon. Elijah remained calm, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You come seeking proof of God's power?" he called back, his voice now ringing with authority. "Then let us show you." The students, emboldened by their master's challenge, stepped forward, hearts pounding in their chests. They had learned well. With trembling hands and resolute hearts, they began to pray, their voices rising together like a mighty chorus, drowning out the jeers of the crowd. The air thickened with expectation, a palpable energy building around them. Suddenly, a crack of thunder split the sky, and rain began to fall, gentle at first, then pouring down in torrents. The skeptics fell silent, eyes wide with disbelief, as the young prophets looked at one another, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They felt the power of God surging through them, a divine affirmation of their calling. In that moment, the school transformed. No longer just a place of learning, it became a crucible forging faith through fire. Elijah watched with pride, knowing that the seeds of prophecy he had sown were beginning to take root. He saw in their eyes a flicker of the passion he once had, a promise of a brighter future for Israel. But the road ahead would not be easy. There were nights when doubt crept in, when the weight of their calling felt too heavy to bear. In the silence of those long nights, Elijah would sit with them, sharing tales of his own struggles, the moments he had cried out in despair, feeling abandoned. It is in those darkest hours that the light of God shines the brightest. He would whisper, his voice steady and reassuring. The young prophets learned to lean into their fears, to embrace the uncertainty that came with their calling. They discovered the power of community, supporting one another as they navigated the treacherous waters of prophecy. Each prayer, each lesson, became a thread weaving them tighter together, creating a tapestry of faith that would withstand the trials ahead. As the seasons changed, the school flourished. News of their teachings spread like wildfire, drawing more and more to their door. The humble dwelling became a beacon of hope, a sanctuary for those seeking truth in a world filled with lies. People traveled from distant lands, eager to hear the words of the young prophets, to catch a glimpse of the fire that Elijah had ignited within them. Yet, as the school grew, so too did the challenges. A darkness loomed on the horizon, whispers of conflict and betrayal echoing from the shadows. The young men, now becoming seasoned prophets, felt the weight of their responsibility. They knew that their faith would be tested, that the world outside their walls was fraught with danger. On a stormy evening, as the winds howled and rain lashed against their windows, Elijah gathered them together for one last lesson. "You will face trials," he began, his voice low and serious. "But remember this, you carry the light of God within you. No darkness can extinguish that flame." The students, now united in purpose, felt a surge of courage. They would not falter. They would stand firm against whatever storm awaited them. Outside, the storm raged, a reflection of the turmoil brewing in the land. Yet within the school, hope flickered like the flame on the altar, vibrant and alive. The young prophets exchanged glances filled with determination, their hearts beating as one. They were no longer just students. They were a force of change, ready to step out and embrace the legacy that awaited them. And as they prepared to face the world, the whisper of Elijah's teachings echoed in their minds. A haunting melody that would guide them through the uncertainty, a call to keep the flame alive, no matter the cost. Little did they know, the trials they would soon face would shape not only their destinies but the very future of their people. Each step they took led them closer to their purpose, and the story of Elijah and the school of prophets was far from over. The pages were still being written, filled with the promise of faith, courage, and the unyielding belief that they could change the world. In a land where rain was scarce and faith was wavering, there stood a man whose voice echoed like thunder across the barren hills of Israel. His name was Elijah, and the very mention of it sent ripples of both fear and hope through the hearts of the people. He appeared suddenly, like a storm on the horizon, and with him came a message that would shake the foundations of an entire nation. Israel was at a crossroads, its people divided between the worship of the one true God and the alluring chants of Baal, a god of fertility and rain. The air was thick with the scent of despair as drought gripped the land, leaving the fields parched and the rivers dry. It was in this desperate climate that Elijah would rise, a beacon of righteousness illuminating the darkened path of his beloved Israel. His eyes blazed with a fierce passion, and his words cut through the dust of complacency, igniting a flicker of hope within the hearts of the weary. Elijah's ministry began with a challenge that would echo through the ages. He stood before King Ahab, a man whose very throne was stained with idolatry, and declared, "As the Lord lives, there will be neither dew nor rain in the next few years except at my word." The weight of those words lingered in the air, heavy with consequence. The people held their breath, caught between disbelief and a glimmer of hope. They had long forgotten the power of the true God, but Elijah was here to remind them. As drought swept through the land, the consequences of Ahab's choices became painfully clear. Crops withered, livestock perished, and the cries of the hungry resonated through the villages. The once bustling marketplaces fell silent, replaced by the haunting echoes of despair. In the midst of this suffering, Elijah became a figure of both fear and fascination. His very presence stirred something deep within the people, a longing for redemption, a desire for the rain to return, and perhaps a flicker of belief in the God they had forsaken. But Elijah was not just a prophet. He was a warrior of faith. He challenged the prophets of Baal to a contest on Mount Carmel, a moment that would go down in history as one of the most dramatic confrontations ever witnessed. The sun hung low in the sky as the two sides prepared for battle. The prophets of Baal called upon their God, dancing and shouting, their voices growing hoarse in desperation. But no answer came. The crowd watched in disbelief, their hearts racing with every passing moment. Then Elijah stepped forward, calm and unwavering. He rebuilt the altars of the Lord, doused his sacrifice with water, and with unyielding faith he prayed. The heavens responded with fire that consumed not just the offering but the very altar itself. Gasps filled the air, and the people fell to their knees, recognizing the power of the God they had abandoned. "The Lord, He is God!" they shouted, their voices mingling with the crackle of burning wood and the whisper of renewed faith. In that moment, Elijah transformed the atmosphere of despair into a symphony of hope. His ministry reached beyond mere words. It became a living testament to the might of God. The drought that had plagued the land for so long began to lift, and rain poured down, soaking the parched earth. Tears of joy mingled with the raindrops as the people danced and sang, celebrating a resurrection of faith that had seemed impossible mere moments before. But Elijah's journey was not without its shadows. The fearsome wrath of Jezebel, Ahab's queen, loomed over him like a dark cloud. Her anger was fierce, and she sought to silence the prophet who had embarrassed her gods. Elijah fled into the wilderness, his heart heavy with the burden of despair. In a moment of vulnerability, he questioned his purpose, feeling alone and abandoned. Yet even there, in the depths of his anguish, God met him with whispering winds of reassurance and heavenly food to renew his strength. Through every trial, Elijah's unwavering commitment to God inspired a revival among the people of Israel. His ministry rekindled a sense of identity and purpose among the Israelites, drawing them back to the covenant they had forsaken. He became a living link between the past and the future, reminding them of their heritage and the God who had once led them out of captivity. The impact of Elijah's ministry rippled through the generations, igniting a passion for truth and righteousness among the people. His very name became synonymous with courage, and his legacy infused the hearts of many who came after him. Even in the faces of those who were tempted to stray, his story became a reminder that faith could conquer fear, that the call of the Lord could pierce through the darkness of despair. As Elijah's life unfolded, it painted a picture of raw human emotion, filled with moments of triumph, doubt, and the unwavering love of God. The soil of Israel was nourished not just with rain, but with a renewed spirit. Elijah had sown the seeds of change, and they would bloom long after he had vanished from the earthly realm. And yet the tension remained. As the stories of Elijah's courageous acts spread, whispers of the future danced on the tongues of the people. Who would come next to lead them? Who would stand against the rising tide of idolatry and despair? In every heart, there was a yearning for the next chapter, a hunger for the continuation of the powerful work begun by this extraordinary man. The legacy of Elijah was just the beginning, and the air was thick with anticipation for what was yet to come, as the spirit of the prophet lingered in the winds, stirring the hearts of a nation still searching for its true path. Under a sky bruised with the colors of twilight, a lone figure stood at the edge of a village, gazing into the fading light. Shadows stretched like fingers, reaching out to embrace the homes where families gathered, oblivious to the battle raging just beyond their doorstep. The air hummed with tension, thick with the weight of unspoken fears and ancient struggles. This was no ordinary conflict. It was a spiritual war, fought not with swords or shields but with hearts and minds, where the stakes were nothing less than eternal souls. In this village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the echoes of idolatry lingered like a thick fog. Statues crafted from stone and wood loomed over homes, their painted smiles promising prosperity, safety, and love. Yet behind those hollow eyes lay a dark truth, a trap, a snare for the unwary, drawing them away from the one true light. Generations had bowed before these figures, their hopes and dreams whispered into the cold, unyielding stone, believing that in exchange for their devotion, they would receive blessings. But blessings had turned to chains, binding them to a cycle of despair. Across the village square, an elderly man named Eli watched as his neighbors gathered for the evening offerings. His heart ached as he recalled the stories passed down through the ages, tales of a time when the village knew the warmth of true worship. He remembered his father's voice, filled with passion, recounting how the people had once danced in the fields, free and joyous, honoring the Creator with grateful hearts. But those days felt like a distant memory, lost in the murky waters of forgotten faith. Eli trembled as he watched the villagers approach the idols, their heads bowed low, hearts heavy with the weight of expectation. In this moment, he felt the stirrings of something deep within him, a flicker of hope igniting against the encroaching darkness. "What can one man do?" he whispered to himself, the question hanging in the air like a prayer. Ignited by a sudden resolve, Eli stepped forward, his frail frame illuminated by the last rays of sunlight. "No more!" he shouted, his voice breaking the spell that had held the villagers captive. The words hung there, suspended in the stillness, startling the crowd. Faces turned towards him, a mixture of confusion and disbelief swirling in their eyes. Could it truly be that one voice, trembling yet resolute, could challenge the years of tradition that bound them? "Have we not seen the emptiness of these offerings?" Eli pressed on, his heart racing. "What have they brought us but fear and despair? Where is the joy of a life lived in true worship?" The villagers shifted uneasily, some casting glances at the idols that towered over them like sentinels of their misplaced faith. But Eli felt the tide beginning to turn. There was a collective breath, a pause that felt electric, as though the very air had charged with possibility. He could almost hear the echoes of his ancestors, urging him forward. The memories of communal laughter, the songs of praise that once rang through the air. The true battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the very forces that seek to bind us. He raised his arms, palms facing the heavens, and the villagers felt a stirring in their own hearts. From the crowd, a young woman named Mira stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears that caught the last light of day. "I felt it too," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "The idols have taken our joy, our hope. We've given them our love, and in return, they have left us empty. I want to feel alive again." Her words resonated like a bell, ringing clear and true, breaking the chains of silence. Eli and Mira stood together, a beacon of light amidst the encroaching shadows. The villagers, initially hesitant, began to murmur amongst themselves. The truth of their captivity was dawning, like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon. One by one, they unburdened their hearts, confessing the fears that had led them to worship the created rather than the Creator. And then, as if swept up in a mighty wind, they began to move. A group, once shackled by tradition, began to dismantle the idols that had held them captive for so long. With every stone that fell, with every piece of carved wood that was cast aside, a weight lifted from the village. The cries of fear transformed into shouts of freedom, ringing through the twilight like a triumphant anthem. But not all were pleased with this uprising of the spirit. In the shadows, unseen eyes watched closely, ancient forces stirring, reluctant to loosen their grip. They could sense the shift, the awakening of a village once lost to idolatry, and they would not stand idly by. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness pooled around the village, thick and suffocating. The air crackled with a different kind of energy, one that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to stand against the age-old chains. Eli and Mira felt it too, the weight of an unseen presence, a fierce determination to retain control. "Keep going," Eli shouted, his voice rising above the growing tension. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. With every dismantled idol, they were reclaiming not only their own hearts but the very soul of their village. Yet, as the last idol fell, the ground trembled, and a dark veil descended. It was the beginning of a new battle, one that would require every ounce of their faith and courage. The night would not go quietly, and neither would the powers that had ruled for so long. The spiritual warfare was only just beginning, and Eli and Mira stood at the precipice, hearts ablaze, ready to confront the very forces that had sought to keep them in chains. The flicker of hope ignited a flame, and the fight against idolatry was set to rage on, demanding not just their resolve but their very lives. Elijah stood on the edge of the world, the wind whipping his cloak as he gazed down at the valley below. It was a place heavy with history, where ancient battles had been fought and lost, where the cries of the faithful echoed through time. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the land, a reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. He could feel the weight of his mission pressing down on him, as palpable as the earth beneath his feet. Yet, amidst the tumult of his thoughts, a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. For generations, Elijah had been more than just a prophet. He was a beacon of faith and a figure of profound suffering within Jewish tradition. His story was woven through the fabric of history, marked by moments of despair and glimpses of divine promise. Those who sought to understand him would sometimes find themselves on the brink of tears, caught in the web of his trials, transformations, and the unwavering resilience that defined him. He had faced kings and queens, stood against the might of false gods, and called down fire from heaven. Yet, the battle raged within him, a storm of doubt and fear that echoed louder than the cheers of the faithful. The people looked to him, expecting miracles, while he felt the crushing weight of their expectations. There were nights when he lay awake, questioning his purpose, wondering if his voice could truly make a difference in the world. The tale of Elijah was not merely one of triumph but also of heartbreak. His journey led him to the widow of Zarephath, a woman whose despair mirrored his own. She stood at the edge of her home, a mere handful of flour and a few drops of oil left in her home, anticipating death. Elijah, recognizing her pain, offered a glimmer of hope. "Do not be afraid," he told her. And in that moment, the air shimmered with possibility. The flour and oil did not run out, and her faith was restored. Yet, this miracle was shadowed by tragedy, for later, when her son fell ill, the widow's cries pierced the air. Elijah, in his own suffering, felt her loss deeply. He prayed fervently, his heart breaking, and God heard him, breathing life back into the child. In this act, Elijah became not just a performer of miracles, but a participant in human sorrow. Time slipped away like grains of sand through fingers. Elijah's path twisted and turned, leading him into the depths of his own darkness. After confronting the prophets of Baal in a dramatic showdown on Mount Carmel, he fled, fearing for his life. Tired, hungry, and utterly defeated, he found refuge beneath a lonely broom tree. There, despair enveloped him like a shroud. "I have had enough, Lord," he cried, his voice shaking with anguish. "Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." In that moment, he was the embodiment of suffering, overwhelmed, isolated, and longing for relief. But even in his darkest hour, the divine did not abandon him. An angel touched him, offering food and water, whispering words of comfort that awakened the slumbering strength within him. This gentle act of kindness pierced through Elijah's gloom, reminding him that even in suffering, grace could be found. He rose from beneath that tree, nourished, and with renewed vigor, continued on his journey. The echoes of his pain became a symphony of strength as he stepped forward into the unknown, carrying not just his burdens, but the collective suffering of his people. As the years passed, Elijah became a symbol of hope and redemption, a figure intertwined with the Jewish narrative of suffering and salvation. His name echoed in prayers, bringing solace to those who faced their own trials. "Elijah will come," the faithful would say, a promise of restoration and healing. The anticipation of his return became a lifeline in moments of despair, a reminder that suffering was not the end, but a prelude to greater things. The Passover Seder table always had an empty chair, set for Elijah, a symbol of hope and continuity. Children would ask, "Why is this night different?" And the answers would weave together stories of suffering and redemption, of a prophet who knew both the heights of joy and the depths of despair. In the humble act of setting a place for Elijah, generations found a connection to their own struggles, an acknowledgement that suffering was part of the human experience, yet not the whole story. Elijah's spirit lingered in the air, a whisper of resilience echoing off the walls of history. His tale transformed into something larger than life, transcending the boundaries of time and space. He became the archetype of the suffering servant, embodying the trials faced by the Jewish people throughout the ages. From the tenacious spirit of the Maccabees to the despairing cries of the exiles, his presence loomed over them like a guiding star in the darkest of nights. Yet the path of the suffering servant is never simple. It is fraught with heartache, demands of sacrifice, and moments of unbearable loneliness. Elijah lived through it all, embodying the struggles faced by so many. He stood before kings and shared in the sufferings of the oppressed, wandering the wilderness, his heart forever intertwined with the plight of the downtrodden. Each story of his life threaded into the tapestry of Jewish history, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. As the sun set on yet another day, Elijah's heart still beat with the rhythm of those who had come before him and those who would follow. The flickering candlelight of hope danced in his soul, a promise that suffering could lead to redemption. And even in the depths of despair, he remained a harbinger of what was to come, a reminder that through the shadows of sorrow, a path to salvation could always be found. With the weight of history on his shoulders, he pressed on, knowing that his own suffering was not in vain, but a vital part of the greater story, a story that continued to unfold, waiting to be written in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And so, Elijah, the suffering servant, walked forward, his presence a bridge between the past and the future, the tears of history mingling with the hope of tomorrow. Each step he took resonated with the heartbeat of the Jewish people, reminding them that in their pain, they were never alone. The journey continued, and though it was fraught with challenges, the promise of a brighter dawn lay ahead, waiting just beyond the horizon. Beneath the scorching sun of ancient Judea, the air hung thick with tension, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. Dust swirled around the feet of the people gathered to hear the prophet speak, their eyes wide with expectation and fear. They were waiting for a miracle, a sign, anything to pierce the veil of their mundane existence. Little did they know, the echoes of a past long gone were about to reverberate through their lives, igniting a fire in their hearts. This was the world that Jesus entered, a world steeped in the legacy of Elijah, a man whose shadow loomed large, haunting the dreams of the faithful and the fearful alike. Elijah, the fiery prophet of old, had left a mark that could not be erased. His story was one of triumph over evil, of calling down fire from heaven and bringing rain to a parched land. In the eyes of the people, he was a hero, a symbol of hope, and even a precursor to the Messiah. Every whispered prayer, every desperate plea for salvation, was tinged with the longing for Elijah's return. The legends were so powerful that they shaped the very understanding of who the Messiah would be. To them, the arrival of the Anointed One was intertwined with the return of Elijah, a promise hanging like ripe fruit just out of reach. As Jesus stood amidst the crowds, clad in simple robes, there was a strange familiarity about him that stirred something profound within the hearts of the listeners. His voice, gentle yet commanding, rolled over them like the waves of the sea. He spoke of love, of grace, of the kingdom of God. Yet underneath it all, the resonance of Elijah's spirit hummed. The people couldn't help but feel the weight of expectation. Could this man be the one they had been waiting for, the ultimate fulfillment of their dreams? Could he indeed be the Elijah who was to come before the great and terrible day of the Lord? Yet, as the days unfolded, a swell of confusion began to rise. The religious leaders, steeped in their own traditions and interpretations, found themselves threatened by this Jesus. They scrutinized his every move, dissecting his words, seeking to catch him in a blasphemy that would justify their disdain. The tension thickened, and the whispers of Elijah's return began to turn into accusations and doubts. Was Jesus really the promised one, or merely a deceiver, a blasphemer who would lead them further into despair? In one of the most gripping moments, Jesus took his followers to a secluded mountain. The air was electric, crackling with anticipation. As the clouds rolled in, enveloping them in a mysterious haze, the disciples watched in awe as Jesus transformed before their very eyes. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as light. And there, standing beside him, was none other than Elijah himself. The ancient prophet returned from the depths of history. The disciples, paralyzed by fear and amazement, knew they were witnessing something extraordinary, a divine affirmation of Jesus' identity. In that moment, the past collided with the present, and the air was charged with revelation. It was a rare glimpse into the divine, a moment that would be etched into their memories forever. But even then, doubt lurked in the shadows. The question remained, was this dazzling display enough to convince a world steeped in skepticism? And what would the leaders say when they heard of it? As they descended the mountain, Jesus instructed them to keep this vision secret until after his resurrection. The weight of prophecy hung heavy in the air, and the disciples exchanged glances filled with wonder and confusion. They had seen Elijah, but what did it all mean? Could the hearts of the people be changed? When rumors spread, would they have the courage to stand by their conviction, or would fear silence them? Days turned into weeks, and the tension escalated. The religious leaders grew bolder, confronting Jesus with questions designed to trap him. Yet, time and again, he responded with wisdom that left them speechless. His parables, so rich with meaning, illuminated the truth like a beacon cutting through the fog of misunderstanding. Yet, still, the echoes of Elijah's spirit haunted the air. Was Jesus the fulfillment of the prophecies? Or was he merely a man, claiming a legacy that belonged to another? The turning point came one fateful day as Jesus entered Jerusalem. The crowd erupted in fervent cries of Hosanna. They waved palm branches, their voices a mixture of joy and desperation. The prophecy of Elijah returned to the forefront of their minds. Could this be the moment they had longed for? As Jesus rode into the city, the hearts of the people surged with hope, yet the leaders plotted in the shadows, their anger festering like a wound. The tension was palpable, a storm brewing on the horizon. As the week progressed, the cheers turned to shouts of betrayal. The same voices that had called for his praise now demanded his crucifixion. The dream shattered like glass, the vision of Elijah crumbling into dust. In the courtyard, the people wrestled with their emotions. Had they been wrong? Had they placed their faith in a deceiver? How could the promise of Elijah end in such tragedy? And then came the moment that would forever change the course of history. Jesus, nailed to the cross, became the embodiment of their fears and hopes. The sky darkened, the earth trembled, and the veil of the temple tore in two. In that devastating moment, the essence of Elijah's spirit seemed to merge with the sacrifice of Jesus. The prophecy fulfilled not in the return of a mighty prophet, but in the profound act of love, the ultimate sacrifice that echoed through the ages. As Jesus breathed his last, silence enveloped the land. The weight of what had transpired hung heavy in the air, a pause before the storm of revelation would erupt. Had Elijah truly returned? Or was he forever a haunting memory, a longing that would never be fulfilled? The world was left in a gripping tension, a space filled with unanswered questions, the echoes of both hope and despair lingering in every heart. And in the stillness that followed, a promise loomed on the horizon, one that would soon ignite the flames of belief in a way no one could have predicted. The resurrection was coming, a triumph that would breathe new life into every broken dream and shattered heart. Elijah's legacy would not be forgotten. It would transform into something greater, a new beginning that would ripple through time, leaving an indelible mark on humanity. John the Baptist stood on the banks of the Jordan River, the sun rising slowly behind him, casting a golden hue over the rippling waters. His voice rang out, wild and untamed, echoing off the rocky cliffs that surrounded this sacred space. "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand," he cried, each word a piercing arrow aimed straight at the hearts of those who had long forgotten the weight of their sins. The crowd, a jumbled mass of souls seeking something more, shifted uneasily. Their faces reflected confusion, desperation, and a flicker of hope. They had come from the cities and the fields, drawn by whispers of a man clothed in camel's hair, longing to hear the message that might bring them back to life. Among those gathered were the humble and the proud, the believers and the skeptics. Each one felt the magnetic pull of John's fiery spirit, as if he were a living embodiment of the ancient prophet Elijah, sent to prepare the way for something monumental. The air crackled with anticipation, and John, with piercing eyes, seemed to sense the weight of destiny on his shoulders. He was not just a man. He was a herald, a voice crying out in the wilderness, the last of the Old Testament prophets, standing at the brink of a new age. With every proclamation, John's fervor intensified, and the waters of the Jordan became a sacred stage for transformation. He baptized the repentant, their souls emerging from the water like new seedlings bursting forth from the earth. They gasped for breath, their faces lit with the glow of forgiveness. "I baptize you with water," he said, "but there is one who comes after me who is mightier than I, whose sandals I am not worthy to carry." The implication hung heavy in the air, igniting whispers among the listeners. Who was this mightier one? What would he bring? Excitement danced in their hearts, and a sense of urgency took hold. As the days passed, John's fame spread like wildfire. He was a man unafraid of the powerful, confronting kings and rulers with a boldness that left many speechless. His voice was a clarion call in a world thick with shadows, stirring the hearts of those who had grown cold and indifferent. Yet, with every baptism, every word of fiery rebuke, the tension in the air thickened. The authorities began to take notice. John's message was not just a revival. It was a revolution waiting to happen. In the distance, hidden from the eager crowds, political maneuvering brewed like storm clouds. King Herod, uneasy in his throne, viewed John as a dangerous force, a rabble-rouser stirring the people against him. The whispers of rebellion were not mere echoes. They were growing louder, threatening to drown out the established order. The threat of John's influence loomed, and Herod's heart was heavy with fear and envy. Yet John continued, unwavering, standing firm like a lighthouse in a storm. He pointed to the heavens, his fiery eyes ablaze with a zeal that seemed to transcend his mortal plight. "He must increase, but I must decrease," he declared one fateful day, a statement laden with the weight of acceptance and humility. The truth in his words struck a chord deep within the hearts of those who heard him, a truth that held the promise of redemption, of new beginnings. As he disappeared into the waters of the Jordan, the crowd held its breath, and a sense of reverence filled the air. They knew they were in the presence of someone extraordinary, a bridge between the past and the future. The stories of Elijah, who confronted kings and called down fire from the heavens, now echoed through John's actions. He was the forerunner, the one who was to make the crooked paths straight, preparing the way for the coming Messiah. But in the shadows lurked danger. Herod's paranoia grew, fueled by the whispers of his court, each one a dagger aimed at John. The tension was palpable, a building storm waiting to unleash its fury. It was only a matter of time before John's bold proclamations would lead him into peril. The prophets of old, those who had stood against the tide, had often paid a price for their truth, and John was no different. The people who had flocked to him were torn between loyalty to a man who spoke for God and the fear of the king's wrath. As the sun set that evening, casting long shadows over the Jordan, John's heart raced with a sense of impending change. He could feel the shift in the air, the crackling energy of a looming confrontation. But he stood resolute, knowing that his mission was far greater than his own life. He bore within him the spirit of Elijah, the prophet who had never bowed to the false gods of his day, who had fearlessly called down the truth. John's voice would not be silenced. His mission was to shine a light on the path for the one who was to come, the one who would change everything. As he continued to baptize, the waters of the Jordan became a symbol of renewal and rebirth. Life surged through the river, much like the hope that surged through the hearts of those who came to him. Each soul emerged renewed, and the fire in John's heart burned brighter as he realized he was not alone in this journey. His life's work was intertwined with a divine narrative that stretched back to the very beginning. They were all part of something bigger, a story written long ago, and John was right at the center, a pivotal character in the unfolding drama of faith. The crowd grew restless, driven by an unquenchable thirst for truth. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill of uncertainty swept over them. They felt the storm brewing on the horizon, and it was not just the gathering clouds that sent shivers down their spines. Something monumental was about to happen, a shift that would not only change their lives but the course of history itself. John stood tall, his silhouette a striking contrast against the darkening sky, ready to welcome the light that would soon break through. The anticipation crackled in the air like electricity, and the shadows around the river loomed larger, darker, more menacing. It was a moment suspended in time, pregnant with promise yet fraught with danger. The stage was set, and the audience awaited the arrival of the one who would change everything. Would John's voice be enough to prepare the hearts of the people? Would they recognize the significance of the moment? Would they be ready when the dawn finally broke? The answers lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold, as the world held its breath in the chilling embrace of fate. A heavy mist hung in the air, swirling around the mountaintop like a veil hiding the mysteries of time. It was a place where the earth met the heavens, where the ordinary brushed shoulders with the divine. Peter, James, and John huddled together, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and awe. They had followed Jesus up this mountain, not knowing what awaited them. But nothing could prepare them for the sight that would unfold before their eyes. As they stood there, the atmosphere crackled with an energy that seemed to pulse through the ground. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, dazzling and pure, illuminating the very fabric of the world around them. The air turned electric, and the three disciples shielded their eyes, their hearts pounding in their chests. Out of that radiant glow stepped figures that seemed to exist beyond time itself. Two men appeared, their faces shining with a brilliance that transcended human understanding. It was Moses and Elijah. Elijah, with his wild hair and fierce gaze, embodied the fiery spirit of the prophets. He was a man who had stood against kings, whose voice had echoed through the ages, calling the people back to faith. Moses, with his gentle demeanor and wise eyes, carried the weight of the law and the history of a nation upon his shoulders. The sight of these two towering figures, both of whom had walked the earth centuries before, filled the air with an overwhelming sense of reverence. The disciples were paralyzed, caught in a moment that felt suspended in time. Every heartbeat echoed in their ears. The weight of history crashed upon them like waves against a rocky shore. They were witnessing a convergence of law and prophecy, a divine meeting that sent ripples through the very fabric of their faith. The air smelled electric, charged with the essence of what it meant to be chosen, to be part of a larger story woven through the ages. And then, as if the world itself held its breath, the voices of Moses and Elijah mingled with the soft whisper of Jesus. Their conversation was fervent, deep, and full of purpose. Unbeknownst to the disciples, they were discussing the pivotal events that would unfold in Jerusalem, the suffering, sacrifice, and the glory that awaited. The gravity of their discussion hung heavy in the air, each word a thread in the divine tapestry of salvation. Peter, feeling the weight of the moment, mustered the courage to speak. "Lord, it is good for us to be here. Let us make 3 tents, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." His words tumbled out, desperate to hold on to this sacred moment, to capture the glory that was unfolding before him. But he had no idea how inadequate his offer truly was. The moment was fleeting, and as quickly as it had begun, a cloud enveloped them, a thick, glorious mist that obscured everything. It was as if the very presence of God had descended upon the mountain. The disciples trembled, fear clenching their hearts. From the cloud came a voice, powerful and commanding. "This is my beloved Son. Listen to him." At that moment, everything shifted. The disciples fell to the ground, their faces pressed against the earth, overwhelmed by the divine revelation. They felt small, insignificant, mere mortals standing in the shadow of the extraordinary. Yet, in their fear, there was a flicker of hope, a promise that something monumental was unfolding. As the voice faded, they looked up, and the cloud began to dissipate. The radiant figures of Moses and Elijah were gone, leaving only Jesus standing before them, glowing in his brilliance. He was both familiar and utterly transformed. His presence was warm and inviting, yet it carried the weight of what was to come. "Get up," Jesus said gently, his voice soothing the tremors in their hearts. "Do not be afraid." In that moment, they realized that the glory of what they had witnessed did not mean they had to fear. Instead, it was an invitation to a deeper understanding of who Jesus was, the fulfillment of law and prophecy, the bridge between the divine and humanity. As they descended the mountain, the air was thick with unspoken questions and silent revelations. The disciples felt a shift within themselves, a stirring that would not easily fade. What they had seen would remain etched in their minds forever. A glimpse of eternity, a taste of the divine. Yet, beneath the surface of their awe, doubt began to creep in. How could they share this experience with others? Who would believe them? The burden of truth weighed heavily on their shoulders. They looked at one another, each face reflecting confusion and wonder. The answer to their unasked questions hung in the air, tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. "What did we just see?" James whispered, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. "Was it real? Did that really happen?" "It was real," Peter replied, struggling to grasp the enormity of the moment. "But how do we explain it?" "Maybe we're not meant to explain it," John interjected, his brow furrowed. "Maybe it's meant to change us." As they made their way down the mountain, the path felt different, almost surreal. Each step was a reminder of what they had seen, and the weight of that moment pressed upon them like the heavy clouds above. They carried the secret of the Transfiguration, an experience that would shape their faith and their lives. Yet they were bound by the instruction to tell no one until the Son of Man had risen from the dead. The world around them felt brighter, charged with a new energy, yet the shadows of doubt lingered. What awaited them at the foot of the mountain was a cacophony of noise and chaos, a world that didn't understand the significance of what had happened. They were stepping back into the mundane, the ordinary, and the unknown, with the divine still pulsing in their veins. As they reached the bottom, they could hear the clamor of the crowd, a father's desperate plea for help, a tumult of voices filled with confusion and despair. The disciples exchanged glances, knowing that they were about to be thrust back into reality, yet each of them felt the undeniable stirrings of purpose within their hearts. They had seen the glory, and now they would have to confront the shadows. The crackle of flames echoed through the air, a sound that held both terror and wonder. A solitary figure stood atop Mount Carmel, silhouetted against the darkening sky. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night was alive with a palpable tension, the kind that comes just before a storm. The gathering of people below, eyes wide with anticipation, whispered among themselves, their hearts racing. They had come to witness a miracle, a blazing testament to faith that would etch itself into the annals of history. Elijah, the prophet of God, raised his arms, his robe billowing in the wind like the wings of a bird poised to take flight. The altar stood before him, drenched in water, a testament to the impossible. His voice, strong and unwavering, pierced the air. "Lord, answer me," he cried, calling upon the heavens with a fervor that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The spectators held their breath, hoping against hope for a spark of divine intervention. Suddenly, fire fell from the sky, a searing blaze that consumed the sacrifice, the wood, and even the stones of the altar. Gasps erupted from the crowd, tears streamed down faces, and fear intertwined with awe. It was not just fire, it was a message. The flames danced, flickering in the night, illuminating a truth as old as time itself. God was present, and he was powerful. Fire has long been a potent symbol in Scripture, representing purification, judgment, and the divine presence. In that moment on Mount Carmel, Elijah's legacy was cemented not just in the flames he commanded, but in the force of faith that ignited them. The fire spoke of passion, of a relentless pursuit of truth, and of a willingness to stand alone against the tide of doubt. The people, stunned into silence, felt their hearts pound in rhythm with the flames, each flicker a reminder of the sacred connection between heaven and earth. The waters of the Mediterranean glistened in the moonlight, a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the fire. The story of Elijah did not begin or end at Carmel. It was woven into the very fabric of Israel's history. His prophetic voice echoed through the ages, calling out to people who often turned their backs on the divine. With each fiery display, he challenged the worship of false gods, igniting a spark of hope among the weary and disillusioned. His name would resonate through the generations, Elijah, the one who bridged the gap between the earthly and the divine. The flames that consumed the altar were not merely a display of power. They were an invitation to all who witnessed them to step into a relationship with the living God, a God who answers prayers with fire. And what could be more poignant than that? The heat of the moment brought a sense of urgency, a reminder that faith requires action, courage, and sometimes sacrifice. As the last embers flickered in the night, a hush fell over the crowd. They felt a weight upon their hearts, a stirring that beckoned them to choose. Would they forsake the idols that had led them astray? Would they embrace the fire of faith that burned brightly before them? In that charged atmosphere, they were confronted not just with a miraculous event, but with the raw, unfiltered truth of their own lives. Elijah's legacy did not stop at that historic moment. It lingered in the minds of those who had witnessed the impossible. Generations would recount the tale. The flames would become a metaphor for their struggles, their hopes, and their moments of doubt. The symbolism of fire would flicker through their stories, reminding them that they were never alone. It whispered in their hearts during dark nights of despair, calling them back to the one who ignited their souls. In the quiet corners of the ancient world, where the fires burned low, people spoke of Elijah. The tales traveled, infused with emotion and urgency, lighting the way for those who sought understanding in a tumultuous time. The prophets who followed spoke of fire, echoed his cries, and reignited the passion for God among the people. They were inspired by Elijah's fervent prayers, his unwavering stand against corruption, and the flaming truth that God was always with them. Each story carried the ember of his spirit, urging them to keep the flame alive. As time marched on, the symbolism of fire evolved. It became a metaphor for the trials the faithful endured, a representation of the refining process that shapes character. The flames also served as a warning, a reminder of judgment for those who strayed too far from the path. The fire that once consumed the altar now represented the relentless pursuit of holiness, calling each generation to rise above their circumstances and embrace the light. Families gathered around their hearths, the flickering flames casting shadows on their faces, as stories of Elijah ignited their imaginations. The warmth of the fire mirrored the warmth of hope that kept their spirits alive. It was in the whispered tales of courage that children learned to stand firm in their faith, their hearts kindling with passion at the thought of a God who answers in fire. Elijah's legacy endured through the ages, igniting a movement that spread from Israel to the edges of the earth. The prophets who followed walked in his footsteps, their hearts ablaze with the same fire that had once rained down on Carmel. Each proclamation resonated with the echoes of that historic moment, bringing the message to life for each new generation. And so, as the stories passed from lips to ears, they ignited not just memories but a burning desire for authenticity and truth. The symbolism of fire had transcended time, reminding all who listened that faith wasn't a mere concept, but a living, breathing force. It called them to action, to stand against the darkness, and to let their own flames shine brightly in a world often clouded by doubt. They were part of a legacy, a continuation of the fire that Elijah had sparked, a reminder that the divine presence was never far away. In that timeless moment, as the embers glowed and the stories wove themselves into the fabric of life, the flame of Elijah's spirit continued to burn, forever igniting hearts with the promise of a God who answers in fire. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Israel. Somewhere between the rolling landscapes and bustling marketplaces, the whispers of a prophecy danced through the air, an ancient promise that tugged at the hearts of the faithful. "Elijah is coming," they said, a phrase heavy with expectation, electrifying the souls of those who dared to believe. The anticipation crackled like static, igniting fervent hope in the hearts of many. Elijah, the fiery prophet, was more than just a figure from history. He was a symbol of hope, a harbinger of change. His story was woven into the very fabric of Jewish tradition, steeped in miracles and confrontations, echoing through the ages. When he stood before King Ahab, declaring a drought that would last for years, there was no doubt that he was a man of God, fierce and unwavering. His triumph over the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel was legendary. Flames swallowed up his offering, a sign that the God of Israel was alive and powerful. But Elijah's greatest legacy blossomed in the heart of eschatology, the study of last things, the ultimate destiny of humanity. It was said that before the great and terrible day of the Lord, Elijah would return, ushering in a time of reckoning, a sacred moment where the faithful would be restored and justice would prevail. As generations passed, the anticipation only grew. In the silence of their homes, families would gather during Passover, leaving an empty chair for Elijah, the prophet who would return to announce the coming of the Messiah. It was a moment heavy with longing, every heart beating in rhythm with the hope that the next year would be different, that the world would be transformed. The very thought filled the air with excitement and dread, intertwining like vines around a sturdy tree. But what would that moment look like? The scriptures held clues, fragments of a narrative that sent shivers down the spine. Would Elijah descend from the heavens in a chariot of fire once more? Would he appear amidst thunder and lightning, shaking the earth with his presence? Or would he come quietly, like a whisper of wind, nudging humanity toward repentance and redemption? The years turned into centuries, and the promise lingered like a sweet fragrance. The prophets spoke, their words echoing through the canyons of time. Malachi, the last prophet of the Old Testament, declared with bold authority, "Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes." These words were etched into the hearts of the people, a beacon of hope shining through the darkness of despair. In the streets of Jerusalem, the air thickened with anticipation. Crowds gathered under a brilliant sky, their faces illuminated with fervor. They spoke of signs and wonders, of a prophet who would come to prepare the way. Yet doubts flickered in the back of their minds. Would they recognize him when he appeared? Would they be ready to heed his call? As the age of the New Testament dawned, the world found itself on the brink of something monumental. With the birth of Jesus, the whispers grew louder. Some believed he was the Messiah, while others wondered if perhaps the true Elijah had already come, embodied in the wild prophet John the Baptist. Dressed in camel's hair, with a voice like thunder, John stirred the hearts of the people, calling them to repentance, echoing the very spirit of Elijah. Yet the question remained, was he truly the one? The uncertainty lingered, hanging in the air like a heavy fog. As he splashed the cool waters of the Jordan River upon those who sought forgiveness, the tension crackled. Could this be the fulfillment of the ancient promise? Each baptism was a step toward the reckoning, a preparation for the coming of something greater. As the sun set on that fateful day, the skies turned crimson, and the promise echoed still, intertwining the past with the present. Elijah's return was not merely a distant dream. It was a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the stories of each generation. The faithful clung to their hope, their prayers rising like incense to the heavens. Then came the trials, the moments that tested faith to its core. The crucifixion of Jesus shattered the hearts of many, but in the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope remained. The resurrection ignited a flame that could not be quelled, a promise that life could emerge from the ashes of death. The echoes of Elijah became a part of this new narrative, woven into the tapestry of a faith that would spread like wildfire across nations, igniting souls with the fervor of hope. And so the question remained, lingering in the air like a sweet melody, resonating in the hearts of the believers. When would Elijah come again? What signs would herald his arrival? Would it be a blaze of glory or a quiet revolution of hearts? In the shadows, the faithful waited, hearts pounding with anticipation. The world was ripe for transformation. The ground trembled with the weight of promises yet unfulfilled. They spoke in hushed tones of the last days, of the final confrontation between light and darkness. Would Elijah stand in the gap, a bridge between the past and the future, ready to guide them into a new dawn? As night fell over the land, the stars twinkled in the vast expanse of the sky, each flicker a silent reminder that the story was far from over. In the distance, the sound of a trumpet echoed, piercing the silence. With it came a wave of emotion, a surge of belief that wrapped around them like an ancient cloak. The promise of Elijah loomed closer, the very essence of hope and renewal, just beyond the horizon. The skies held their breath, and the earth awaited the arrival of the one who would herald in a new age. The air was electric with possibility, every soul poised on the brink of revelation, every heart a vessel of longing. Time twisted and turned like a river, carrying them toward the inevitable moment when the promise of Elijah would break forth, shattering the darkness and ushering in the light. Each passing moment was a step closer, the story unfolding like a sacred scroll, rich with emotion, history, and the unyielding hope that someday the prophet would return. The storm raged outside, a cacophony of thunder and lightning illuminating the darkened sky. In the midst of this chaos stood a man, drenched but resolute, his eyes shimmering with an intensity that seemed to challenge the heavens. Like a figure torn from the pages of history, he was a modern-day Elijah, a prophet cloaked in mystery, with words that whispered power and purpose into the winds. This was not just a story of one man, but a reflection of an archetype that has danced through the ages, echoing in the chambers of our cultural soul. In the ancient texts, Elijah was a prophet of God, a voice crying out against the tide of moral decay. He battled false idols and stood unwavering against injustice, his very name synonymous with righteousness. It is this fierce spirit that has found its way into the fabric of popular culture, manifesting in heroes and anti-heroes alike. Each time we encounter a character who rises against oppression, who defies the odds for a greater cause, we witness the Elijah archetype in action. It's as if the spirit of the prophet continues to inspire and guide those who dare to challenge the status quo. Think of the stories that have captivated hearts and minds. A lone hero facing a corrupt regime, a misunderstood outcast wielding power beyond comprehension. From comic books to blockbuster films, the essence of Elijah pulsates through these narratives. In the shadows of city streets, where villains lurk and darkness seems impenetrable, a hero emerges, driven by a burning desire to illuminate the truth. This is the calling of Elijah echoed in the cries for justice, whether in the solemnity of a graphic novel or the explosive scenes on a movie screen. As the rain pelted down, drenching the earth, a teenage boy stood at the crossroads of his life. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, a burgeoning awareness of the injustices surrounding him. Would he rise to the occasion like Elijah, or settle for complacency? The answer lay within him, a flicker of courage igniting in his heart. This moment mirrored countless tales woven into popular culture, where young heroes discover their purpose amid trials and tribulations. Each story is a breath, a heartbeat that resonates with anyone who has ever questioned their place in the world. Consider the tales of superheroes, often clad in bright costumes, standing against villains whose power seems insurmountable. These narratives are not just about capes and superhuman abilities. They are infused with the spirit of Elijah. Each hero, from Spider-Man swinging through the skyscrapers to Wonder Woman charging into battle, draws on that ancient archetype. They challenge the norms, inspire hope, and remind us that one voice can indeed alter the course of history. Even in the realm of literature, the Elijah archetype thrives. In the pages of dystopian novels, characters emerge who defy oppressive governments, risking everything for freedom and truth. They are the modern-day prophets, much like Elijah, daring to speak out against what is wrong. Readers find themselves riveted, hearts racing as they root for these characters who embody the struggle against despair. Each turn of the page pulls them deeper into a world where the battle for justice is not just a storyline, but a reflection of our own reality. The tension peaks in moments when these characters face insurmountable odds, much like Elijah's confrontation with the prophets of Baal. The stakes are high, emotions run raw, and the air crackles with anticipation. When a lone hero stands against a tide of darkness, it's a visceral experience, a reminder that change is often born from struggle. It's a thrilling dance between hope and despair, where the resolution is not guaranteed, but the fight itself becomes a testament to the human spirit. And in the world of cinema, the echoes of Elijah resonate powerfully. Films portray characters who confront their inner demons alongside external threats, reflecting the duality of the Elijah archetype. They carry the weight of their pasts, much like the ancient prophet who fled to the mountains seeking solace but found himself called back to the fray. Audiences are drawn to these journeys, held captive by the emotional stakes. The hero's journey becomes a mirror of our own lives, where moments of doubt are punctuated by flashes of bravery, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who witness it. The rise of anti-heroes in popular culture further animates this archetype, presenting complex characters who, like Elijah, grapple with their roles in a flawed world. They exist in the gray areas of morality, often misunderstood but inherently driven by a desire for justice. These characters resonate with a generation seeking authenticity, revealing that even the most flawed individuals can embody the spirit of the prophet. They remind us that the path toward righteousness is often littered with obstacles, yet it is the pursuit of that path that commands our attention and empathy. As the storm subsided, leaving a shimmering landscape in its wake, the essence of Elijah lingered in the air. Every whispered story, every hero's triumph, and every moment of confrontation echoed in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The cycle of challenge and redemption was alive, perpetuated by the very tales that shaped our understanding of justice and morality. In this tapestry woven from the threads of history and imagination, the Elijah archetype thrived, an eternal flame urging society to rise, to speak, and to act. In these narratives, the call of the prophet remains as potent as ever, inspiring generations to find their voice in the cacophony of the world. Each character, each story, unfolds as a new chapter in an unending saga, a testament to the courage that lies within us all. The stories continue, flowing seamlessly into the next, a reminder that the search for truth and justice is an infinite journey, one that binds us together across time and culture. On a sun-drenched hilltop, where the grassy slopes kissed the sky, a lone figure stood, his silhouette stark against the brilliance of a setting sun. His eyes, piercing yet compassionate, reflected a soul burdened with the weight of prophecy. This was Elijah, a man whose very name still sends shivers down the spines of those who believe in the whispers of the divine. His story, steeped in the rich tapestry of history, resonates with a longing that echoes through the ages, a longing for truth, justice, and connection to the Almighty. Elijah's life was marked by moments of breathtaking intensity and profound solitude. He stood on Mount Carmel, facing the prophets of Baal, the air thick with tension and the scent of impending rain. As the prophets called out, their voices rising in a frantic crescendo, Elijah remained calm, his faith unwavering. The heavens opened, fire consumed the offering, and the crowd fell silent, their disbelief shattered by the might of a single man's faith. This was no mere spectacle. It was a demonstration of power, an invitation for hearts to turn back to God. And now, centuries later, that call still resonates, urging the world to listen. Emotions swirl like autumn leaves in the wind when one reflects on Elijah's struggles. He was not merely a prophet. He was a messenger of hope in a time when hope was scarce. He fled into the wilderness, weary and frightened, convinced he was the last of his kind. The voice of God came to him not in the winds that tore through the mountains or in the earthquakes that shattered the earth, but in a gentle whisper that caressed his weary heart. This moment, intimate and profound, reminds us that in our loudest moments of despair, the divine often speaks softly, urging us to listen for guidance amidst the chaos. In today's world, where noise drowns out the sacred, Elijah's relevance calls like a beacon across the stormy seas of doubt and fear. His life serves as a haunting reminder that the battle between faith and skepticism rages on, even in modernity. How many of us, like Elijah, feel isolated in our beliefs, standing against the tide of a culture that often mocks faith? Yet, like him, we too are called to stand firm, to be bold in our convictions, and to be voices of hope when shadows loom large. Consider the moments when Elijah faced despair, when he sank into the depths of loneliness, pleading for his life to be taken. In these dark valleys, under the weight of his own fears, God provided. He sent ravens with bread and meat, offering nourishment to a weary prophet. This profound act of divine provision is a testament to how God cares for us in our darkest hours, often through unexpected means. In our own struggles, we too can trust that even the smallest gestures of kindness can be the ravens that sustain us. The echoes of Elijah's challenge to Ahab and Jezebel resonate in our society, where moral decay often seems to overshadow righteousness. The fight against injustice and the pursuit of truth are timeless battles, one that Elijah waged against the kings of Israel. Today, as voices rise against oppression and inequality, the spirit of Elijah urges us not to be silent or complacent. His legacy instills courage in those who dare to stand against the current, to be the lone voice crying out in the wilderness, demanding justice and compassion. Once, in a quiet moment, the prophet listened as God revealed the anointing of future leaders, a promise of renewal. This forward-looking vision is a powerful reminder that even amid turmoil, hope exists. The fire that consumed the sacrifice on Mount Carmel was not just a display of power. It was a spark of revival, igniting hearts and inspiring change. Today, that same fire can reignite the ambitions of those seeking a world filled with love, forgiveness, and understanding. Elijah's story, woven with threads of miracles, fear, and faith, reminds us of the power of prayer. His brief yet fervent prayers brought drought and rain, underscoring the belief that communication with God can shape reality. How many times do we overlook the simple act of prayer in our lives? In moments of desperation, when the weight of the world seems too heavy, Elijah's unwavering faith encourages us to hold fast to our connection with the divine, believing that even the most impossible requests can be heard. History rings with the echoes of his prophecy, the promise of a coming Messiah, a figure who would bring ultimate hope and redemption, can be traced through the lines of Elijah's life. This anticipation is palpable, a tension that draws us forward, reminding us that the divine story is ongoing. The longing for restoration, for healing in a world torn apart, is a thread that connects the ancient past with the present and future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the earth, the figure of Elijah stood steadfast, a sentinel of faith and hope. His relevance is not relegated to the pages of ancient texts. It pulses through the veins of modern believers, inspiring acts of courage and compassion. The tension between despair and hope, doubt and faith, continues to play out in the lives of individuals seeking meaning in a chaotic world. Elijah's journey transcends time, inviting believers to consider their own paths of faith. The struggle against darkness, the call to stand in the light, and the sacred whispers that guide our hearts are as relevant today as they were in his time. Each prayer, each act of kindness, is a step on the road he paved, a road that leads us back to a place of connection with the divine, a path where we too can become a voice of prophecy in our own right. As the last light of day faded, a quiet anticipation hung in the air, a promise of what was yet to come. Within the stories of prophets lies the heartbeat of faith, a call to action that stirs the spirit and ignites the soul. Elijah's legacy is not merely a chapter in history. It is a living testament, challenging us to rise, to speak, and to trust in the divine orchestration of our lives. The story continues, and with it, the echoes of prophecy resound, filling the air with a thrilling sense of possibility. In a dimly lit study, a flickering candle cast shadows that danced along the walls, whispering ancient secrets of the past. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that sent chills down the spine. Here sat a scholar, poring over age-old texts, his fingers tracing the delicate letters of the Talmud, where the name Elijah emerged like a beacon of hope amid dark times. Elijah, the prophet of fire, his presence igniting the hearts of believers and stirring the souls of the faithful, had long transcended the pages of history. His story was woven into the very fabric of Jewish thought, a tapestry rich with interpretations and teachings that breathed life into the ages. As the scholar turned a page, the history of Judaism seemed to come alive, each word a heartbeat echoing the vibrancy of a faith that had endured centuries. In rabbinic literature, Elijah was more than a figure of the past. He was a promise of redemption, a harbinger of the Messianic age. The rabbis painted him as a spiritual guide, a bridge connecting the earthly realm with the divine. It was said that he roamed the earth, hidden in the shadows, watching over the righteous, ready to intervene in moments of dire need. His very name elicited a tingle of hope. In the darkest of nights, the flicker of his light would guide the way. And then, there was the story of Elijah at Mt. Horeb, a moment captured in the minds of the faithful. The Talmud described how, after fleeing from Queen Jezebel, Elijah found solace in a cave, wrapped in despair. There, the divine voice called to him, not in the thunder or earthquake, but in a gentle whisper. This contrast resonated deeply within the hearts of many, reminding them that often, it was in stillness and quiet reflection that they could hear the voice of God. The whispers of the divine echoed through the ages, resonating with anyone who had ever felt lost. The rabbis spoke of Elijah as a compassionate figure, capable of understanding the struggles of the human soul. A tale recounted how he once encountered a poor man, desperately searching for food. Elijah, moved by the man's plight, revealed himself, and in that moment, bread and wine appeared, a miracle that left the man breathless. The power of compassion was a recurring theme among the teachings of Elijah, emphasizing the importance of kindness and generosity. Such stories breathed hope into the hearts of those burdened by life's challenges, igniting a flame of faith that would not easily be extinguished. As the scholar turned another page, he stumbled upon the customs surrounding Passover. Elijah's cup, a vessel set aside during the Seder, stood in expectation for the prophet's return. Each family member would glance at the cup, eyes brimming with excitement, believing that Elijah would soon appear, heralding the arrival of the Messiah. The anticipation built with every passing moment, a reminder that hope could flourish even in the bleakest circumstances. The cup was more than a mere tradition. It was a symbol of faith, a connection to a future that promised salvation. In the midst of these stories, the figure of Elijah grew ever more complex. The rabbis depicted him as a fierce defender of faith, challenging kings and prophets alike. One tale recounted a confrontation with the prophets of Baal, where Elijah called down fire from heaven to demonstrate the power of the one true God. The flames licked the sky, consuming the offering in an instant, while the crowd fell to their knees, gasping in awe. This fiery portrayal reminded the faithful of the strength that lay within their convictions, urging them to stand firm in their beliefs despite opposition. Yet, alongside this fierceness lay a tenderness that enveloped his character. Elijah was often portrayed as a figure of comfort, especially in the time of mourning. The rabbis taught that he attended every funeral, the wings of his mantle shielding the bereaved from despair. It was believed that he would come to console those grieving, whispering words of comfort that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The very thought of his presence brought solace to many, a beacon of light in the darkest of moments. The tension of his dual nature, fiery prophet and gentle comforter, created an emotional tapestry that resonated through generations. Elijah was not just a character in a story, but a living, breathing presence that shaped the spiritual landscape. He was a reminder that, in the midst of conflict, there existed a profound depth of understanding and compassion. As the candle flickered, casting a warm glow over the pages, the scholar felt the weight of the teachings wash over him. He understood that Elijah's legacy was not confined to ancient texts, but continued to pulse with life, echoing through the hearts of those who sought connection and meaning. His journey was far from over. It was but a chapter in an endless story of faith and redemption. Suddenly, A rustling sound broke the stillness. The scholar paused, breath caught in his throat. Had he felt the flutter of a mantle passing by? Was it possible that the spirit of Elijah lingered in his humble space, eager to share more of his wisdom? The candles flickered in response, shadows stretching as if reaching out to embrace him. The very fabric of history felt alive, weaving tales that would carry on long past the last word of the text. Elijah had transformed into more than just a figure of the past. He was a beacon of hope, a reminder that no matter the darkness, the promise of light and redemption remained. In the depths of despair, his teachings offered a lifeline, a fragile connection to an ever-brightening future. And as the scholar's heart raced, the echoes of Elijah's lessons reverberated through time and space, pulling the threads of history tighter, intertwining past, present, and future in a tapestry that would stretch beyond the confines of the written word. The candle burned low, its light flickering one last time, hinting at the wisdom yet to come, a promise of more stories waiting to unfold. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape, where silence spoke volumes. The wilderness, with its untamed beauty, held secrets beneath its earthy cloak, waiting for the brave. As Elijah stood at the edge of a precipice, a breeze carried whispers of the past, rustling through the leaves, hinting at the transformative power of solitude. This was no ordinary moment. It was the nexus of his purpose, where the chaos of the world faded and the raw essence of existence surged forth. Elijah's time in the wilderness was not merely about isolation. It was a crucible, a place where the heavens seemed to brush against the earth. He had fled the wrath of Queen Jezebel, a woman whose ambitions burned with a fierce intensity, chasing him into the vastness of the wild. Here, among towering mountains and roaring winds, he encountered a rawness that stripped away the facades of life. Each step on the rugged terrain was a confrontation with himself, a dialogue with the divine. Hunger gnawed at him, a relentless reminder of his humanity. In those moments of weakness, Elijah found strength within. As days turned into nights, the wilderness challenged him to listen to the silence, to the rustling of leaves, and to the distant call of a hawk soaring high above. It was a sanctuary that offered clarity, a place where the clouds of doubt parted to reveal the brilliance of purpose. The wilderness was not his enemy. It was his teacher, unveiling layers of courage he didn't know resided within. The harsh winds howled like spirits in turmoil, yet within the storm, Elijah discovered the voice of God. It was not in the thunder or the earthquake that he felt the divine presence, but in the stillness that followed. This was a revelation that would echo through history, a reminder that the most profound truths often come in moments of quiet reflection. The wilderness became a sacred place where the mundane transformed into the miraculous. As Elijah sat by a meandering brook, he recalled the stories of his ancestors, the prophets who had walked similar paths. Those tales wove through his mind like a tapestry, threads of despair and triumph intertwining. Each story was a lifeline, a reminder that wilderness experiences were not just for survival, they were for transformation. The rugged terrain mirrored his inner landscape. Both were fraught with challenges, yet both held the potential for renewal. It was during one fateful night, under a sky littered with stars, that Elijah felt the weight of his calling. He had fled from fear, but here he was confronted by destiny. A single, bright star shone above, piercing through the darkness like a beacon. In that moment, he understood that the wilderness offered him more than solitude. It offered him a mission. The trials faced in isolation would soon morph into the strength needed to confront kings and queens, to challenge the very fabric of injustice. Days turned into weeks, and with each sunrise, Elijah felt a transformation brewing within him. The wilderness had a way of stripping away the unnecessary, forcing him to confront not just his fears, but also his purpose. The call of the wild was not merely to escape. It was to prepare him for the battles ahead. The weight he bore was not just his alone. It was a collective burden, a calling for the people who yearned for hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The wilderness had whispered promises to him. Now it was time to act. With a heart ignited by newfound courage, Elijah gathered his strength, drawing from the vast reservoir of experiences the wild had gifted him. The echoes of the past reverberated through him, a symphony of ancient wisdom melding with the urgency of the present. He was no longer just a man fleeing. He was a prophet destined to forge a path through despair. An impending storm brewed on the horizon, a fitting backdrop for the turmoil that surged within him. The skies grew dark, mirroring the looming challenges ahead. But Elijah's heart pounded with anticipation, for he knew that every storm must be faced head-on. The wilderness had fortified his spirit, and as the winds howled and the lightning danced across the sky, he felt the fire of determination ignite within him. He would not be swayed. He was a vessel of truth, and the wilderness had prepared him for this very moment. As he stepped back from the edge of the precipice, a sense of urgency pulsed through him. There was no time to waste. His experiences here were etched into the fabric of who he was now. The wilderness had given him clarity, a deep understanding of both himself and his mission. Each encounter with nature had sharpened his resolve, and now, with purpose ignited, he was ready to face what lay ahead. With the storm brewing, Elijah took one last look at the wilderness that had shaped him. It was a world of extremes, where beauty and danger danced hand in hand. He could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings. This wild terrain, once a place of refuge, was now a launching pad for the extraordinary journey awaiting him. The storm would come, but so would his voice. A voice fueled by the wilderness, a promise to speak truth to power, to bring light into the shadows that threatened to swallow the people whole. As he turned away from the tranquil brook and the rustling leaves, Elijah felt a surge of gratitude for the lessons learned. The wilderness had not only revealed the depths of his spirit, but had also hardened his resolve. It had woven a narrative of hope that would soon ripple through the valleys of despair. With a heart full of purpose, he stepped forward, leaving the wilderness behind, yet carrying its essence within him. The world awaited, and so did destiny. The wilderness experiences had transformed him from a fugitive into a prophet, a voice for the voiceless. And as the storm broke above him, so too would his courage shatter the silence of oppression. With each step, he felt the weight of history resting on his shoulders, a legacy that would inspire generations to come. In a blistering sun, sweat dripped down the back of Elijah's neck as he stood on the summit of Mount Carmel, a solitary figure against the boundless sky. His heart raced, not merely from the heat but from the weight of the moment. The future of faith and the very essence of belief hung in the balance. Below, the people of Israel gathered, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. They were caught in the grip of a famine, their spirits depleted by years of drought, and their hope faltering like parched leaves in the wind. Elijah had called for this moment, a showdown that would echo through the ages. He stood not just as a prophet but as a beacon of unwavering faith, ready to pit the one true God against the false idols that had seduced his people. The air was electric with tension, the sky a witness to the battle between devotion and despair. He raised his arms, a gesture steeped in ancient tradition, summoning the power of the heavens. "How long will you waver between two opinions?" he cried out, voice strong yet filled with a haunting sorrow. He felt the weight of generations behind him, a longing for a return to true belief. As he prepared the altar, stones crumbling in his hands, he could almost hear the whispers of his ancestors, urging him forward. They had faced their own trials, moments when faith had flickered like a candle in the wind. Each stone laid was a testament to their struggles, their hopes, and their dreams. The people watched in silence, thousands of hearts beating as one, each pulse echoing the question, who is real? The prophets of Baal, clad in their ornate robes, danced and shouted around their altar, calling upon their God with fervor that seemed almost desperate. Their chants rose and fell, becoming a cacophony of noise, yet the heavens remained quiet. Elijah felt a twinge of pity for them. They were lost in a world of empty promises and hollow prayers. He watched as they cut themselves, blood dripping like rain on their altar, a tragic testament to their devotion. Enough! Elijah's voice rang out, a clarion call that sliced through the air. The noise ceased, and a hush fell over the crowd, tension palpable as he stepped forward. He was alone, yet he felt the presence of God enveloping him like a warm embrace. This was the moment of truth, the pivotal scene where faith would either ignite like a wildfire or be extinguished like a dying ember. He repaired the altar, placing each stone with care, his fingers brushing against the rough edges, as if seeking strength from the earth itself. Then, he drew a deep breath, a mix of fear and resolve surging through him. "Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," he prayed, "let it be known today that you are God in Israel." The words felt alive, vibrating with power as he poured water over the sacrifice, drenching it even as the crowd gasped in disbelief. In that moment, faith took form. It wasn't just a belief in the unseen. It was a radical trust that God would show up, no matter how impossible the circumstances seemed. Elijah stood there, drenched in sweat and hope, facing down the fear that threatened to engulf him. The prophets of Baal had offered their frantic pleas. Now it was his turn to call upon the Creator of the universe. "Answer me, Lord," he called out one last time, his voice steady but filled with urgency. Silence enveloped the mountain, the air thick with anticipation. And then, like a bolt from the blue, fire descended. It burst forth from the heavens, consuming the sacrifice, the altar, and even the stones themselves. The crowd gasped, mouths agape, a mix of disbelief and awe washing over them. It was a divine spectacle, a moment where the tangible power of faith met the frail humanity of doubt. In that instant, the people fell to their knees, tears mingling with dust as they cried out, "The Lord, He is God." It was a chorus of realization, a collective awakening as the truth broke through the shadows of despair. Elijah felt the goosebumps rise on his arms, an otherworldly awareness that he was part of something monumental. Yet the story didn't end there. 3 years earlier, he had fled into the wilderness, fear gripping him as he sought refuge from a queen who sought his life. The shadows of doubt had crept into his heart then, whispering lies that he was alone, that his efforts were in vain. But through the trials in those desolate places, he had learned that faith thrives in the barren moments, in the silence that follows a prayer. Now, as the crowd roared in fervor, a new struggle loomed over him. The victory on Mount Carmel was not the end but a prelude to darker days. Queen Jezebel's wrath would descend upon him like a storm, and with it, the very doubts he had battled would return. Elijah's heart sank as he recalled the heaviness that had followed him through the wilderness, the whispers that had clouded his mind. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there was a lesson to be learned. Faith is not a flight from fear. It is the courage to confront it. Just as God had answered him with fire, he would also meet him in the valleys of despair. The people's cries echoed in his ears, a reminder of the power of collective belief. Faith is a living thing, cultivated in the hearts of the faithful and ignited by the shared experiences of triumph and despair. The scene on Mount Carmel reverberated through history, a vivid reminder that faith must be lived, tested, and shared. Elijah's journey would continue, fraught with challenges and deep doubts. Yet the fire of that moment would burn within him, shaping him into the prophet that generations would remember. As the cheers echoed, Elijah felt a stirring within him, a realization that the lessons of faith were not just for him but for all who would come after. And just as he had stood firm on that mountaintop, so too would countless believers face their own moments of trial, called to hold on to faith when the world around them seemed to crumble. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the land. Elijah stood there, heart racing and spirit soaring. The battle had been won, but the journey of faith was far from over. He looked toward the horizon, where challenges awaited, and the flames of hope flickered in his chest. The next chapter beckoned, filled with both doubt and light, where the nature of faith would be tested once more. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rugged hills of Israel, the air thick with tension and unspoken words. A lone figure stood atop Mount Carmel, his silhouette sharp against the fading light. Elijah, the prophet of God, felt the weight of history on his shoulders, a burden he had carried for years. The scent of impending rain mingled with the dust that clung to the rocky ground, as if nature itself anticipated the clash of faith and doubt that was about to unfold. In that moment, Elijah was not just a man. He was a vessel, a bridge between heaven and earth. His heart raced, a mixture of fear and fierce determination coursing through his veins. The people of Israel had turned their backs on God, worshipping Baal, a false idol, and Elijah knew it was time to confront the darkness that had enveloped his people. He could feel God's presence, an invisible force urging him to act, to speak, to demonstrate the power of the Almighty. As he prepared for the ultimate showdown, memories flooded his mind, memories of quiet moments spent in prayer, of whispers of divine instruction, of the still, small voice that had guided him through storms of doubt and despair. It was this relationship with God that sustained him, yet it was also a source of profound loneliness. Prophets were often outsiders, misunderstood, and sometimes even feared. But Elijah's heart burned with a holy fire, ignited by his unwavering faith. The day of reckoning arrived, and the air crackled with anticipation. Elijah stood before the assembly of Israel, a crowd that had gathered to witness the contest between the true God and the idols of the land. He called out, his voice steady and fierce, "How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him." The words struck like lightning, echoing off the mountains, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of those still yearning for truth. The prophets of Baal, a throng of men shrouded in robes, leaped and danced around their altar, pleading for fire to consume their offering. Hour after hour, they cried out, their voices rising in desperation as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Elijah watched, a mix of sorrow and resolve etched on his face. The futility of their worship, the emptiness of their cries, stirred something deep within him. He was not merely an observer. He was a witness to the fragility of faith. With each passing moment, the prophet felt the pulse of divine urgency thrumming in his chest. It was as if God himself was whispering into his ear, urging him to take a stand. Finally, when the air was thick with despair and frustration, he stepped forward, his voice calm yet commanding. "Enough!" he declared, and the crowd fell silent, eyes wide with anticipation. Elijah repaired the altar of the Lord, using stones that represented the tribes of Israel, each one a reminder of the covenant, the promises made, the love that had been forgotten. He laid the wood and sacrificed the bull, each movement purposeful, steeped in prayer. Then came the moment that would make history. He commanded that water be poured over the offering, soaking it to the core, a stark challenge to the heavens. The crowd gasped. The prophets of Baal exchanged bewildered glances. What was he doing? With the altar drenched, Elijah stepped back, raising his hands to the sky. "O Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," he prayed, his voice steady with authority. "Let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant." The intensity of the moment enveloped him, and as he spoke, a hush fell over the crowd. It was a sacred silence, filled with longing and hope, as if the very heavens were poised to respond. Then came the fire, an all-consuming blaze that descended from above, igniting the offering, the wood, and even the stones. The crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment, their doubts washed away in an instant. There was no mistaking it. The Lord was God. Elijah fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the presence of the Holy One, tears streaming down his face as the realization of his calling washed over him like a wave. But the euphoria was short-lived. The victory was bittersweet, for Elijah knew the cost of such a moment. The queen, Jezebel, vowed revenge, threatening his life, and the weight of despair crashed down upon him like a heavy cloak. In the dark hours of night, Elijah fled, driven by fear, retreating into the wilderness. He found solace in solitude, but even there, the shadows crept in, whispering doubts and fears. "Why, God? Why have you brought me here?" he cried, his heart breaking under the strain. Yet even in his darkest hour, God did not abandon him. An angel appeared, bringing food and drink, nurturing him back to strength. "Get up and eat," the voice urged, filled with compassion. Elijah, frail and weary, felt the warmth of God's love wrapped around him like a blanket. He was reminded that through the highs and lows, the embers of their relationship still burned bright. With renewed strength, Elijah journeyed for 40 days and nights, traversing the wilderness until he reached Mount Horeb, the very mountain of God. There, in the cave, he felt the cool air brush against his skin, and he heard the voice of God once more, a gentle whisper cutting through the chaos of his thoughts. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was a question that pierced his soul, forcing him to confront his fears and doubts, to reflect on his mission and purpose. His answer came pouring out, a torrent of emotion, a confession of loneliness and despair. But God listened, not with judgment but with understanding, and the moment transformed into something sacred, a moment of true connection. Elijah realized that the relationship between a prophet and God was not merely about obedience or the grand gestures. It was about vulnerability, honesty, and a shared journey through the storms of life. As Elijah emerged from the cave, a new fire ignited within him, a resolve to continue his mission, to stand firm in faith, even in the face of fear. The clouds above him began to shift, dark and heavy, signaling rain on the horizon. God was not through with him yet. The promise of renewal lay ahead, and Elijah, the prophet who danced with God on the mountaintop, had a new chapter waiting just beyond the storm. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Israel. A gust of wind rustled through the trees, whispering secrets of the past. In that moment, a spark ignited, a memory of a man whose voice was a thunderous echo in the hearts of many. Elijah. He was a prophet who roamed the rugged landscape, his fiery spirit igniting the faith of those who came after him. Elijah's legacy was not merely a tale of miracles and confrontations. It was a lifeline for generations of prophets who would walk in his footsteps, carrying a torch lit by his unwavering faith. As the stories of Elijah spread like wildfire, they stoked the flames of hope in the hearts of countless seekers. Each word he spoke reverberated through time, influencing those who yearned for a connection with the divine. Among the prophets who carried the weight of Elijah's influence was Elisha. The moment he set eyes on Elijah, a powerful current surged between them, binding their destinies. When Elijah took Elisha under his wing, it was as if he had passed down an inheritance more precious than gold. Elisha watched with wide eyes as his mentor called down fire from heaven and parted the Jordan River. The miracles were not just displays of power. They were profound lessons in faith. Elisha soaked up every moment, knowing that he was standing on the shoulders of a giant. As Elijah ascended to heaven in a whirlwind, the chariot of fire became a symbol of his indomitable spirit. Elisha stood by, his heart pounding with a mix of grief and excitement. He felt the weight of Elijah's mantle fall upon him, an unmistakable call to carry forth the message of God. With that, he became not just a successor but a living testament to the enduring legacy of his master. Those who witnessed his transformation knew they were in the presence of something extraordinary. Elisha's exploits did not end with the mere mimicry of Elijah's miracles. They were woven with his unique spirit. He healed the sick, raised the dead, and brought hope to the hopeless. But underneath his powerful deeds lay the echoes of Elijah's teachings, the steadfast belief that faith could move mountains. Elisha's life was a brilliant tapestry woven from the threads of Elijah's influence, a reminder that the fire of faith could be passed on, igniting new lives and new paths. The next flame in this lineage was Amos, a humble shepherd who had no formal training as a prophet. Yet, the spirit of Elijah coursed through him, compelling him to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. Amos boldly confronted the corrupt leaders of Israel, his voice a piercing arrow aimed at the heart of complacency. He echoed Elijah's passion, urging the people to return to true worship and justice. The spirit of his ancestor lived on in his words, shattering the silence of indifference. The winds of prophecy continued to blow, carrying Elijah's spirit into the life of Hosea. This prophet, too, was a vessel of deep emotion, tasked with sharing a message of love and redemption even amidst the harshest realities. He understood the depths of human struggle and reflected the heart of Elijah, who had once wrestled with despair in the wilderness. Hosea's own tumultuous love story mirrored the unwavering divine love that was captured in Elijah's appeals for Israel's faithfulness. He was a living symbol of the trust that Elijah had instilled in the hearts of many, a trust that God would always pursue his people. As decades turned to centuries, the flames ignited by Elijah flickered but never dimmed. Each prophet carried forth the legacy of their great predecessor, breathing life into the fragile embers that sparked revolutions of faith. Micah, another voice crying out in the wilderness, took up the mantle with courage. He championed justice and mercy, calling the people to love and walk humbly. The echoes of Elijah's relentless courage resonated within him, urging him to stand firm against the tide of oppression. The heart of Elijah pulsed through the ages, igniting the souls of those willing to listen. Jeremiah, a prophet of turmoil and tears, felt the weight of his ancestors' spirit within his own heart. He often questioned his call and wept for his people, yet he remained steadfast, echoing Elijah's passion for repentance and renewal. The walls of Jerusalem trembled with his proclamations, and the skies wept with the weight of his sorrow. Even in his darkest moments, the fire of Elijah shimmered in the background, reminding him that hope was never lost. Then came Ezekiel, a visionary prophet who would channel the very essence of Elijah's fervor. In his visions of dry bones coming to life, he echoed the promises of restoration that had been seeded by his forebear. The imagery was vivid and powerful, a metaphor for the hope that Elijah had always proclaimed, that no matter how broken the world seemed, renewal was on the horizon. The spirit of Elijah was alive, dancing through time, breathing life into the desolate and despaired. Each prophet who followed carried with them a piece of Elijah's essence, each adding their own voice to the symphony of faith. Their stories intertwined, creating a rich tapestry of belief that reached far beyond their individual lives. Yet, the shadows of doubt still loomed large, casting a pall over the hearts of the people. What would become of the faith that had burned so brightly in Elijah's time? Would it flicker and fade, or would it rise again like a phoenix from the ashes? The drama unfolded through the ages, with every prophet responding to the call of their lineage, confronting darkness with the fierce light of faith. They were not just messengers, but living embodiments of a promise that the God of Elijah was still present, still listening, still reaching out to his children. Each story was an invitation to believe, to hold on to hope even when the world felt heavy. And so, the lineage of faith continued, with Elijah's influence echoing through the ages, each new prophet adding fuel to the fire that he had ignited. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the whispers of these ancient voices mingled in the air, promising that the story was far from over. A tapestry still unfolding, waiting for the next thread to be woven into the fabric of faith. The chill of twilight hung in the air, a reminder of the ancient tales woven through time, whispering the legacy of one great prophet who walked among mortals. Elijah, a figure of unwavering faith and divine encounters, cast a shadow that extended far beyond his lifetime, igniting hearts and minds for generations. It was said that when Elijah ascended in a chariot of fire, he did not merely depart. He transformed the very fabric of tradition and belief. The echoes of his presence resonated through the ages, shaping festivals and instilling a sense of reverence that continued to inspire awe. Every year, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, communities came alive with vibrant festivities celebrating Elijah's memory. These gatherings were a tapestry of color and sound, rich with the laughter of children and the rhythmic clapping of hands. Families would gather around tables adorned with delicacies, each dish telling a story of its own, a blend of spices that transported the soul to distant lands, much like the journeys of Elijah himself. The aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries mingled with the crisp autumn air, a feast not just for the body, but for the spirit. In homes decorated with flickering candles, the stories of Elijah were recounted with fervor. Elders, their voices steady yet filled with emotion, shared tales of miracles. The moment Elijah called down fire from heaven, igniting the altar and proving the might of the one true God before the eyes of a doubting world. The children listened, wide-eyed, hanging onto each word as if they were precious jewels. It was a legacy that transcended mere storytelling. It was an invocation of hope, a promise that faith could conquer despair. As twilight turned to night, the community gathered for the ceremonial lighting of the menorah. Each flame danced like a flicker of Elijah's spirit, a reminder of his fervent prayers and the relentless pursuit of justice. The air was thick with emotion as voices rose in unison, chanting ancient prayers, invoking the prophet's presence. The prayers soared upward, mingling with the stars that witnessed Elijah's ascent. It was a moment where the past and present fused, and in that connection, the air hummed with divine energy, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could break through. The highlight of the evening was the pouring of wine, a traditional act that held deep significance. As each glass was raised, a hush fell over the crowd. Elijah's name was invoked, a call to his spirit to join the gathering. Every sip was a tribute, every toast a promise to carry forward his teachings of kindness, righteousness, and compassion. The ritual was not just about remembrance. It was a heartfelt invitation, a plea for the prophet to return, heralding peace and hope in troubled times. There was a palpable anticipation, a yearning for that mystical connection between the living and the departed. In some corners of the world, the celebrations took on a more somber tone, marked by moments of reflection. Families would visit grave sites, adorned with flowers and stones, offering prayers that mingled with the rustle of leaves overhead. Here, Elijah's spirit was felt in the quiet, a gentle embrace that soothed sorrowful hearts. The act of remembrance brought forth tears, but those tears were not solely of grief. They were infused with gratitude for a life that had touched so many. Elijah became a bridge between the past and present, sustaining the belief that love could transcend even death. There were also tales of Elijah's prophetic visits, woven into the fabric of folklore. In some cultures, it was believed that he walked among the people in disguise, testing their hearts and faith. On stormy nights, parents would tell their children to leave a glass of water and a piece of bread by the door, a gesture of hospitality that welcomed the wandering prophet. The practice wasn't just about tradition. It became an exercise in kindness, a lesson that even the simplest acts could create a ripple of goodness in the world. As seasons changed, the festivals morphed, adapting to the rhythms of life. The spring brought about the celebration of Passover, where the Seder plate bore a hidden cup, an empty space reserved for Elijah. This ritual signified hope and anticipation, a reminder that the prophet would return to usher in redemption. The very act of setting the table became a poignant moment, a symbol of unity and faith that transcended generations. The empty cup stood there, shimmering under candlelight, waiting to be filled with the promise of a better tomorrow. In contrast, the Festival of Lights, or Hanukkah, embraced Elijah with joyous exuberance. Each night of the festival culminated in the lighting of candles, symbolizing miracles and resilience. Children would sing songs, their laughter ringing in the air, as families gathered around to bask in the glow of the flames. Elijah's legacy was woven into the narrative of survival, a reminder that even in the face of oppression, hope could shine through. The flickering lights illuminated faces filled with determination, evoking a sense of unity and strength that echoed Elijah's own spirit. As the crowds dispersed, the remnants of laughter and joy lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of spices and the warmth of shared memories. In the quiet that followed, one could almost hear the whispers of Elijah, urging the faithful to carry forth with love, compassion, and unwavering belief. His story didn't end with the clattering of dishes or the extinguishing of candles. It flowed like a river through the hearts of those who remembered. In every festival and every act of remembrance, Elijah's spirit continued to weave itself into the lives of the people, binding them together in a timeless dance of hope and faith. In the stillness, beneath the shimmering stars, there lay an unbroken thread connecting the present with the past. As the last echoes of celebration faded into the night, a promise lingered, an unyielding belief that Elijah's legacy would endure through the ages. Each person, each act of kindness, Each whispered prayer ensured that the story would never die. Instead, it would transform and grow, a living testament to a prophet whose legacy was woven into the very essence of existence, waiting for the next moment to ignite hearts once more, to stir the longing for connection, and to remind the world that the spirit of Elijah was always near. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the faces of people gathered in a cracked and dusty courtyard. An old man, stooped but steadfast, stood at the front, his voice echoing with a fervor that seemed to pierce through the weight of history. His words, laced with urgency and conviction, carried the echoes of a figure long past, Elijah, the prophet who once stood defiantly against the tides of corruption and complacency. It was in this moment, amidst a sea of eager faces, that the contemporary application of Elijah's message began to unfold, not as a relic of the past, but as a living, breathing call to action. The people listened intently, hearts pounding, as the old man recounted stories of Elijah's relentless pursuit for justice and truth in a world that often turned a blind eye. Each story stirred something within them, a flicker of hope and a surge of righteous anger that began to awaken a latent spirit of resistance. Elijah's defiance against the prophets of Baal wasn't simply a tale of ancient rivalry. It was a beacon for those today who felt the weight of injustice on their shoulders. The old man spoke of the fires of Mount Carmel, where Elijah stood alone, fearless against the tide of falsehood. The crowd leaned in, their breaths caught in their throats, as they felt the heat of that ancient fire rekindling within them. It was a moment of reckoning, a challenge to question the status quo and to seek the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. As the sun blazed its last fiery rays upon the earth, the stories morphed into a call for action. The old man urged the people to open their eyes to the injustices existing in their own communities. Was it not the same spirit of complacency that allowed inequality to flourish? The whispers of doubt and fear that once clouded their hearts began to dissipate, replaced by a growing resolve. Elijah's message was not just history. It was a powerful reminder that each individual bore the responsibility to challenge the systems that failed them. Tension tightened in the air as the old man recounted tales of brave individuals who had stood up, inspired by Elijah's spirit. The young woman who rallied her friends against the injustices of their school system, the father who tirelessly fought for the rights of his community, the activists who took to the streets demanding change, all echoed the spirit of the great prophet. Each story was a thread, weaving a tapestry of courage that spanned generations, reminding everyone that they were not alone in their struggles. Then came the moment that struck like lightning, a tale of a small boy who, despite his age, stood up at a town hall meeting, trembling with fear but fueled by the legacy of Elijah. He spoke of climate change, of the earth crying out, and the injustice of those who ignored its pleas. The crowd felt the boy's fear and bravery wrap around them like a warm blanket, igniting a fire within their own hearts. If a child could summon such courage, what was stopping them? The emotional tide swelled as the old man connected the ancient to the modern, bridging the gulf of time with stories of resilience. He reminded them of the importance of listening to the marginalized voices, the ones often drowned out by louder, more powerful forces. Echoes of Elijah's message resonated in the calls for equality, justice, and environmental stewardship. The people felt the weight of this truth, understanding that the fight for justice was a continuum, a relay race passed down from generation to generation. With each word, the old man painted vivid images of a world transformed by the courage of those who dared to challenge injustice. He spoke of communities coming together, arms linked, united by a shared vision for peace, love, and justice. The flickering candlelight of hope began to multiply, illuminating the shadows that had once loomed so large over their lives. Yet, like a sudden storm cracking the stillness, doubt crept into some hearts. Could they truly be the bearers of such a monumental legacy? The old man sensed the hesitation, and with the intensity of a fierce wind, he challenged them. How long will you sit in silence? How long will you let the fires of complacency smolder when you have the power to ignite change? Gasps rippled through the crowd, the weight of his challenge hanging heavy in the air. The old man then recounted the moments of despair that had befallen the great prophet, when he felt utterly alone, when he questioned his mission, when the world seemed dark and unyielding. And in those moments of vulnerability, the spirit of Elijah shone the brightest. It was those very moments that paved the way for transformation. The sunset cast a warm glow over the gathering, and as the shadows began to stretch across the courtyard, an electric energy surged through the crowd. They were no longer passive observers of history but active participants in the unfolding narrative. They felt the call of Elijah resonating deep within their own souls, beckoning them to take up the mantle of courage and compassion. As the old man's voice rose to a crescendo, he spoke of collective responsibility, of communities banding together to uplift one another in the fight against injustice. The stories of triumph and struggle danced in the air, each one a note in a symphony of resistance and hope. Tears glistened in some eyes as they recognized their own stories reflected in the tales of courage being shared. The weight of history pressed down on them, but it was no longer a burden. It transformed into a powerful force, lifting them toward action. They felt the blood of their ancestors coursing through their veins, reminding them that they were part of something greater than themselves. The legacy of Elijah was not a distant echo. It was a living, breathing force, urging them to rise and make their voices heard. And just as the final rays of sunlight slipped below the horizon, a profound stillness enveloped the crowd. They stood together, hearts beating as one, ready to carry the flame of Elijah's message into the future. The old man's words lingered in the air, wrapping around them like an unbreakable bond as they prepared to step into the unknown. The sun hung low in the sky over the ancient hills of Israel, casting long shadows that danced across the rocky ground. Clouds, dark and brooding, gathered on the horizon, whispering of an impending storm. The air was thick with tension, a palpable sense that something monumental was about to unfold. It was in this charged atmosphere that Elijah, a prophet of God, stood resolute, his heart pounding with conviction and fear alike. He wasn't just a man. He was a voice, a beacon against the darkness that threatened to envelop his people. Elijah had known his share of loneliness. Time after time, he had stood against a tide of disbelief and corruption, confronting the worship of Baal that had seeped into the very fabric of his nation. The worshippers of Baal thrived on spectacle, drumming up fervor and showing off their power through flashy rituals. But Elijah's faith was rooted in the quiet confidence of his God, who spoke not through chaos but in stillness. His heart beat in rhythm with the promise of his Creator, and he was ready for what lay ahead. The people gathered on Mount Carmel, a rugged terrain that bore witness to the clash of faith and falsehood. Their faces were a mosaic of confusion and curiosity, wondering who this prophet was and what he intended to prove. As Elijah raised his voice, the wind seemed to hush. Even the distant rumble of thunder paused to listen. "How long will you waver between two opinions?" he challenged, his voice steady yet laced with urgency. "If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him." In that moment, a charged silence fell over the crowd. It was a simple question, but one that demanded a reckoning. Each heart felt the weight of the choice laid bare before them. The sun, now a fiery orb, illuminated the faces of those who had once turned away from the true God, and in their eyes, a flicker of doubt danced, begging for clarity. Then the fire struck. With a fervent prayer, Elijah called upon the Lord. The altar, drenched in water, ignited into a consuming flame, scorching the offerings and leaving nothing but charred remnants. The people gasped, their disbelief shattering in the face of divine power. They fell to their knees, proclaiming, "The Lord, He is God." But joy was a fleeting moment in a world fraught with peril. The wind shifted yet again, and a heaviness descended upon Elijah's heart. A queen, fierce and vengeful, had set her sights on him. Jezebel's wrath was as fierce as the storm clouds that now threatened to drown the land. In a swift moment, Elijah's triumph turned to terror. What followed was a desperate flight into the wilderness, where he felt the deep ache of isolation. "Lord, take my life," he pleaded, collapsing beneath a solitary broom tree, the weight of his fear threatening to crush him. The silence that followed was deafening, echoing his despair. How often had he fought for faith only to find himself fleeing from the very people he tried to save? In that low moment, beneath the starlit sky, he felt utterly alone. Yet somehow he was not abandoned. An angel appeared, bringing sustenance, bread baked on hot stones and a jar of water. It was a reminder that God was with him, even in the darkest wilderness. Elijah rose again, fortified by the food and a whisper of hope. His journey continued, not in triumph but in a quest for connection with God. At Horeb, the very mountain of God, he sought understanding. The wind howled, but God was not in the wind. An earthquake shook the ground, but God was not in the earthquake. A fire roared, but God was not in the fire. Instead, it was in the gentle whisper that Elijah finally recognized the presence of the Almighty. Tears streamed down his face as he understood that God often speaks in the quiet, inviting us to listen. As he emerged from the cave, renewed and emboldened, the world outside was still fraught with danger. God had given him a mission, to anoint new kings and a successor who would carry forth the message of hope. As Elijah walked away from Horeb, he felt a surge of purpose. It wasn't just about his own faith. It was a legacy, a light to guide others who had wandered astray. But every step forward carried the weight of the past. The specter of Jezebel loomed, and with it the threat of death. Yet Elijah pushed forward, determined to see the truth of God's promises unfold. He met Elisha, the farmer, plowing his fields. When Elijah cast his cloak over the young man, something profound sparked in Elisha's heart. This simple act bound them together in a covenant of faith, igniting a fire that would burn brightly for future generations. The bond between Elijah and Elisha was forged in shared experiences, trials, and moments of sheer grace. Elijah became a mentor, guiding Elisha as they traversed the rugged landscape of faith. Together, they witnessed miracles, the parting of waters, the healing of the sick, and the raising of the dead. Each miracle woven into their story fueled the belief that God was indeed alive and active among his people. Yet doubt lingered. As they traveled, voices of mockery followed them. "Where is your God now?" some would sneer. Others would shake their heads in disbelief at the audacity of a prophet who dared to challenge the status quo. But Elijah had learned that faith was not always triumphant. It often required perseverance through trials that tested the very essence of one's belief. On a day that felt different, a shiver of expectancy filled the air. Elijah knew his time on earth was drawing to a close. The weight of heavenly promises loomed over him, and he felt the pull of eternity. As he and Elisha walked side by side, the chariots of fire appeared, blazing through the heavens. In that moment, time stood still. Elijah, faithful servant of God, was swept up in a whirlwind, leaving behind a legacy of courage, unwavering faith, and a bold call to all who would follow. Their connection, forged through trials and triumphs, became the stuff of legend. Elisha cried out, my father," as the whirlwind took Elijah into the heavens. The world around them felt altered, charged with purpose and the promise of what was to come. Each heartbeat echoed the truth that faith, like a flame, could not be extinguished, no matter the darkness that surrounded it. The lessons of Elijah lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of hope, reminding all who would come after him that the journey of faith is often fraught with challenges, but is rich with rewards. It is a course that leads through valleys of despair and over mountains of joy, beckoning all to respond to the call of the Almighty. The races of faith had just begun, and the legacy continued to ripple through time, igniting hearts with each new generation.